Chapter 4000. Who is this person? Why is the celestial Darch making him kneel here? Haven't you heard? That's the city lord of Hague City, divinity Quicksand's subordinate. He colluded with the Oceanic clan and dared to attack the celestial Darch. The celestial Darch couldn't stand it, so he made him kneel here as a warning to others. Oh, it's him. I've heard of him. So this is what the city lord of Hague City looks like. Someone exclaimed. The city lord of the Hague City listened to the people talking about him. It was like a devil's voice piercing his ears. He felt extremely humiliated. However, he couldn't even move his eyes at this moment, let alone break free from the shackles that Ning Chi had placed on him. Lin Xian held the broom in his hand and stared blankly at the city, lord of the Hague City. Gradually, cold sweat appeared in his palms. They had both offended Ning Chi, but he was only punished to sweep the floor for 100 years, while the city lord might have to kneel here for the rest of his life. Unless an ultimate god came to his rescue, or Ning Chi died, he would be free. After a moment of fear, Lin Xian smiled. He didn't know sweeping could be so fun. He no longer paid attention to the city, lord, and carefully swept the ground. The giant ghost divine, Venerable, had left. Although Chai Ching and the others had joined the heavenly court, Ning Chi did not restrict their freedom. Hence, they went to various places to deal with the matters left behind after they were captured by the Oceanic clan. Supreme Palace of Jade Purity. Fong Lingming stood beside Ning Chi and looked at the back of Han Xiao and the others as they left. Beixian, they've returned to Shenlua World. The secret that you can bring people into the creation divine realm will be exposed. Fong Lingming chuckled. It's fine. I wanted them to know this anyway. Ning Chi smiled. Fong Lingming pondered for a moment, then asked, You're planning to use this opportunity to show your strength to the Supreme Sacred Assembly? That's right. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Those old fellows from the Supreme Saint Council have been hiding in the shadows all this while. It's time for them to show themselves. I also want to ask them what they think about the future of the myriad worlds merging together. They've been at the 7th step for a long time. Your cultivation. Fong Lingming looked worried. Don't worry. Even a 4 tribulation ultimate god would have to spend a lot of effort to keep me here. Ning Chi comforted him. Fong Lingming smiled and hugged Ning Chi. Be careful. I will. Shenlua World. Moonform Sect. When Han Xiao and the others returned, they immediately told Du everything they had seen and heard in the Fortune Divine Realm, not daring to hide anything. Upon hearing the news, Du immediately summoned Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others to the Sect Leader Hall. That's what happened. What do you think? Du said with a strange expression. She had lived for so many years and had seen all sorts of things, but when she heard that Ning Chi could freely enter and leave the creation divine domain, and that he could even bring people with him to stay in the creation divine domain forever, a tempestuous storm was set off in her heart. This method was beyond her imagination. Even the council members of the Holy Assembly didn't have such methods. So Elder Wu's surname is Ning, Black North Heavenly Emperor. What a domineering title. I really want to see what the Fortune Divine Realms Heavenly Court looks like. Han Xiao said that Elder Wu, no, Black North Heavenly Emperor suppressed the Hague City Lord? He's now kneeling in front of the Heavenly Courtsling, Shao Palace's side door? TSK, such methods are really awe-inspiring. The Hague City Lord's strength should be similar to sect leaders. Bloodless Blade said with a sigh. Vice Sect Leader Shui and the others did not say anything as they were still digesting everything Du said. Sect Leader, what are your plans? Vice Sect Leader Yin said after pondering for a moment. That person from the Shenyuan Celestial Sect said that the various worlds will merge together. At that time, our Shenlua world will have to face the creation, divine domain. If we can borrow Black North Heavenly Emperor Wu's method and let our moon form sect enter the creation divine domain, we can seize a chance of survival when the great calamity comes. Sect leader Du said. Her heart was burning with passion. She had been stuck at the 9th Revolution, Great Emperor Realm, for many years. If she could enter the creation divine domain, she might have a chance to break through to the ultimate God realm. For every cultivator, the 7th step was the ultimate goal. If they could become a 7th step cultivator in their lifetime, their life would not be in vain. I'm afraid Black North, Heavenly Emperor, won't help us. There's no benefit for him if we enter the creation divine domain. Instead of being rejected, it's better not to ask. Bloodless Blade shook his head. Many people looked at him, but they knew what Bloodless Blade was thinking. He seemed to be speaking for the Moonform sect, but in fact, Bloodless Blade was obviously on Ningqi's side. Little White Cloud, what do you think? I heard that you once helped Black North Heavenly Emperor Beishian. Maybe he will think of this and help us? Du looked at Vice Sect Leader Yin and said with a smile, Sect Leader, can you stop calling me by my nickname? Vice Sect Leader Yin's face showed a trace of helplessness. Ever since she transformed, no one had called her by her nickname for a long time. Whoever dared to call her that would be beaten up by her. Unfortunately, Du's strength was much stronger than hers. She could not do anything to him. Just tell me if you're going to help or not. Du said, if I can see Black North Heavenly Emperor, I will naturally put in a good word for the sect. But at that time, sect leader was prepared to rob the Black North Heavenly Emperor's opportunity with others. If Black North Heavenly Emperor still remembers this and does not help, sect leader, don't be too disappointed. Vice Sect Leader Yin said. Du's expression changed slightly. This was the most regretful thing she had done in all these years. If she had known that Ningqi's cultivation had reached such a level, she would not have stepped forward to be the bad guy. Fortunately, she had helped Ningqi chase away Azure Dragon and Venerable Ice before, so there was some friendship between them. Otherwise, it was very likely that the sect leader of the True Void sect would end up like her. It's so lively here. What are you guys talking about? We planned to ask Black North Heavenly Emperor. Black North Heavenly Emperor? Vice Sect Leader Yin subconsciously stood up. At the entrance of the Sect Leader Palace stood a figure that they were all very familiar with. Han Xiu has told you, right? Ningqi smiled and walked into the palace, casually finding a seat to sit down. The elders sitting on both sides of Ningqi suddenly looked a little uncomfortable. They quietly stood up and only dared to sit with half their butts on the chair. Black North Heavenly Emperor, why don't you sit here? Du stood up and gave up her seat. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. It's just a seat. It doesn't matter where I sit. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little silent, perhaps feeling awkward. Vice Sect Master Yin could only smile wryly when he saw Du constantly signaling him with his eyes. He said to Ningqi, Celestial Darch Beishian, I wonder if the Moon Elephant sect has a chance to move their sect to the creation divine realm. Chapter 4001. Is this your idea or someone else's? Ningqi smiled. Bloodless Blade and the others had a strange look on their faces. Vice Sect Leader Yin looked hesitant, but he still looked at Du. Celestial Darch Beishian, this is my idea. Du smiled bitterly. Since it's your idea, why don't you dare to mention it to me? Ningqi looked at Du with a faint smile. Du was slightly taken aback, and then she whispered, I offended you in the bone burial site some time ago, and I was afraid that if I mentioned it, Celestial Darch Beishian would reject me. Ningqi said indifferently, I have no other choice now. Du smiled bitterly in her heart. I came here to discuss this matter with you. Since you know that I have such means, you should also know about the existence of the Heavenly Court, right? Ningqi smiled. Du and the others' eyes lit up. Even Bloodless Blade, looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Discuss? So they really had a chance to enter the creation's sacred realm? Bloodless Blade subconsciously straightened his back. The expressions of Vice sect leader Shui and the others also became solemn. I know. Diyu nodded hurriedly. It's good that you know. If the Moon Elephant sect moves to the creation's sacred realm, it can only exist as a subsidiary force of the Heavenly Court. If the Heavenly Court orders it, the Moon Elephant sect must listen to it. Can sect leader Diyu do that? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Subsidiary force? Diyu was slightly taken aback. Wouldn't that mean that the Moon Elephant sect would have to listen to Ning Qi's orders? A trace of hesitation flashed in Diyu's eyes. She wasn't sure if she should agree or not. On the contrary, Vice sect leader Yun and the others kept signaling her with their eyes. Why shouldn't she agree to such an easy condition? The Heavenly Court was stronger than the Moon Elephant sect. According to Han Xiu, the Heavenly Court had more than 50 great emperors, and Ning Qi himself was a seventh-step cultivator. In the creation's sacred realm, he also knew a senior expert, like the giant, ghost, divine, venerable. It was very normal for him to listen to the giant, ghost, divine, venerable's orders. Unfortunately, Diyu's ambition eventually won over her rationality. After a dozen breaths of hesitation, she forced a smile and said to Ning Qi, Celestial, Darch Beishian, can we be allies? I'm at step 7, and you're only at step 6. Why are you my ally? Ning Qi sneered. Then he stood up and said to Vice Sect Master Yun and company, If you are interested, you can find me at the Ancient Star System Pavilion. I'll be staying there for a while. Wait, you saved my life. Now that there's a chance, I'll sell my life to you in the future, as long as you don't mind my low cultivation. Bloodless Blade suddenly stood up and smiled at Ning Qi. The faces of Vice Sect leader Shui and the rest changed slightly. Du Yu's expression turned extremely ugly, but in this situation, she did not dare to speak. Of course I don't mind. Then, come with me to the Ancient Star System Pavilion. Ning Qi laughed. Bloodless Blade's eyes flickered. Mysterious North Celestial Emperor, are you planning to move the Ancient Star Pavilion to the creation divine realm? Not bad. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. All right, I also want to see how spectacular this scene is. Bloodless Blade was a little excited. Before this, it was extremely difficult for the god Luo world to send a rebirth realm cultivator to the creation divine domain. But now, Ning Qi was planning to move an entire sect to the creation divine domain. Naturally, Bloodless Blade didn't want to miss such a scene. Even Vice Sect Master Shui and the rest were slightly tempted. However, they took one last look at Diyu and sighed in their hearts. In the end, they did not leave with Ning Qi and Bloodless Blade. Before Ning Qi left, he asked Bloodless Blade to bring along his disciples and grand-disciples, as well as Zhao Lei and the other two. The sect master hall became a little quiet. Vice Sect Master Yun and the rest were all silent. After a while, Diyu forced a smile and said, The various worlds are going to merge together. When that time comes, going to the creation divine realm will be as easy as going to the ancient star system. There's no need to follow him to the creation divine realm. Sect Master, you can't say that. Even if our moon form sect becomes a subsidiary sect of heavenly Darch Beishian, the benefits we get will be better than being a divine sect in Shenlua world. Right? Heavenly Darch Beishian is a 7th step cultivator. As long as we can learn from him, it will be enough for us to break through our bottlenecks. Unlike those counselors of the Holy Assembly, they will only show their eyes during the tribulation transcendence. Until now, I have never seen them in person. A moon form sect elder said slowly. Du Yu glanced at him coldly. Elder Qin, from what you said, it seems like you really want to go to the creation divine realm, even if you have to work like a slave? Ha ha ha. Don't talk about working like a slave. I'm even willing to be a dog of a seventh-step cultivator." Elder Chen laughed loudly. After hearing Duyu's words, he had already made up his mind and stood up to leave the sect master hall. When the other elders saw this, they also smiled apologetically at Duyu and stood up to leave. In the end, only Vice Sect Master Yin, Vice Sect Master Shui, and the other elders who had a special relationship with Duyu were left. "Go, all of you go. Since you have no intention of staying in the Moon Form sect, there is no point in staying. What about you guys after they leave? What are your plans?" Duyu suddenly revealed a trace of exhaustion on her face, and a trace of regret rose in her heart. However, when she thought about her potential, she might have a chance to break through to the seventh step after the Myriad Worlds integration. That trace of regret immediately vanished. "We won't leave, but Sect Master, are you really not going to reconsider? If we can move our entire Moon Form sect to the Creation Divine Realm, I'm afraid there will be dozens of great emperors appearing in a short period of time." Vice Sect Master Yin smiled bitterly. She suddenly felt that Duyu, who had always seemed mature and older, was actually more childish than her at this moment. He did not consider the pros and cons of this matter comprehensively. As one of the 13 divine sects in the past, the Moon Elephant sect had at least 20 perfected imperishable realm cultivators. Among these people, every one of them could break through the shackles of the creation divine realm and become a great emperor. By then, wouldn't the Moon Form sect's strength increase greatly? Even if they became a subsidiary of the heavenly courts. So what? Don't we still have to listen to the heavenly court's orders? The Moon Form sect has been passed down for many years, and I don't want it to end in my generation. Don't mention this matter again." Du Yu's expression turned cold. Seeing this, Vice Sect Master Shui immediately gave Vice Sect Master Yin a look. Given Du Yu's current personality, she would not listen no matter what she said. If they really quarreled, many of the elders present would also choose to leave the Moon Form sect and follow Ning Qi to the Creation Divine Realm. At that time, the Moon Form sect would lose too many things. Chapter 4002. Heavenly, the Archbishop, are we going to Tylee Land now? Bloodless Blade was very excited. His disciples behind him were equally excited. Although they had left Moon Form sect, they were about to head to the Creation Realm. They could live permanently in the Divine Realm. To them, this was simply a pleasant surprise. Among Bloodless Blade's disciples, 2 were already at the perfected imperishable realm, and 4 or 5 were at the 5th step. The rest of the disciples were mostly at the 4th step. Zhao Lei and the other 2 stood behind Ning Qi, their faces filled with excitement. Their aptitude was not good. They had been in Moon Form sect for so many years, but their cultivation levels were still unable to increase. But this time, if they went to the Creation Realm, they were confident that they could reach the 5th step. If they were lucky, they might even have a chance to become an emperor in the future. There is one more thing to do in Primordial. Let's go to Tylee Land after this is done. Ning Qi smiled. Heavenly, the Archbishop, where are we going? Bloodless Blade asked curiously. Ning Qi looked in a certain direction and smiled. Back then, King Qilin planned to send people to capture me and bring me to the Qilin clan. Now, I will take the initiative to go there and catch some Qilins as mounts. In the Heavenly Court, there are only 3 Qilins. Lin, it's obviously too little. I can also make a trip to the other 4 sacred clans. I want to see the Holy Assembly's White Dragon Council. I want to see if the White Dragon Assembly's White Dragon Clan is from the Azure Dragon Clan. Bloodless Blade sucked in a cold breath. Were they planning to kill their way to the 2 top clans in Shenlua World? The 4 sacred clans were fine, but the Qilin clan had long been recognized as the strongest clan in Shenlua World. Basically, the weakest Qilin was at the Emperor Realm, and the legendary King Qilin was one of the representatives that everyone was very sure of, a 7th step cultivator. You have lived for so many years, but you have never seen King Qilin's true appearance, right? This time, I will take you to see what he looks like. Maybe you can tell from his eyes if he gave you a lightning tribulation." Ningqi smiled. The fear in Bloodless Blade's heart gradually disappeared, replaced by excitement. Since Ningqi dared to go, he was naturally confident. It would be great for him to go and watch the show. "Heavenly Dharch Beishian, let's not delay. Let's go now." Bloodless Blade laughed. However, he immediately reacted and looked at his disciples with a bitter expression. "Let them go to the ancient star pavilion on their own." Ningqi laughed. "That's great. Did you hear that? Go to the ancient star pavilion. Remember to report the name of Celestial Emperor Beishian. My family mistook it as an enemy knocking on my door." Bloodless Blade immediately commanded, "Yes, master." A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of his disciples and grand disciples. They also wanted to see the true face of the Qilin king. "You guys go too." Ningqi smiled at Zhao Lei and the others. Yes, the three of them hurriedly nodded. After dispatching this group of little tails, Ningqi grabbed Bloodless Blade and hurried towards the Qilin clan's territory. For an ordinary great emperor, the journey would take several months. However, Ningqi only took 3 days to complete the journey with the great emperor. Bloodless Blade arrived in the air above a massive city. Celestial Emperor Beishian, this is Qilin City. However, most of the cultivators here are from different races. To serve the clan, Bloodless Blade had a complicated look in his eyes. He had been here before, but at that time he was only a 5th step cultivator. He had come here to seek an opportunity to break through to the great emperor realm. The Qilin clan had high standards. If one didn't have outstanding aptitude or had contributed to the Qilin clan, they wouldn't give guidance at all. In the end, Bloodless Blade had no choice but to join the Moon Elephant sect by accident and become a great emperor. You too, hurry up and get down. In Qilin City, except for Lord Qilin who can fly, everyone else has to stay on the ground. Don't you understand this rule? A few figures suddenly flew out of Qilin City. One of them had a long green face and fangs. It was unknown what kind of ghost species he was. His cultivation was quite high, at the peak of the imperishable realm. However, his words were full of gunpowder. Bloodless Blade's face turned cold, and his great emperor aura immediately spread out. However, the other party only sneered. "I was wondering who it was. So it's a great emperor. Which sect are you from? The great emperor sect? In Qilin City, even the sect master of the divine sect has to behave." In fact, it wasn't difficult to understand why the other party was still so unyielding after knowing that Bloodless Blade was a great emperor. All of this was because the Qilin clan had the King Qilin, the legendary 7th step. Even without the King Qilin, the Qilin clan itself was enough to make all forces fear. Several divine sects combined, the number of great emperors was probably enough to compete with the Qilin clan. Call your master out and say that a disaster is imminent. Bloodless Blade frowned slightly and snorted coldly. A disaster is imminent. The green-faced fanged beast and several other cultivators were stunned. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. The cultivators below were also attracted by the scene here. They pointed at Ningqi and Bloodless Blade. Their eyes and words were full of joy. They were gloating. "You want to see Lord Qilin, right? Wait here, I'll call him now." The green-faced fanged beast pointed at Ningqi and Bloodless Blade and turned to leave. The rest of the people just stood in the void, looking at Ningqi and Bloodless Blade with a faint smile. As a 5th step cultivator, they could face a 6th step cultivator in such a domineering manner, which could only happen in Qilin City. This was also the fundamental reason why they joined the Qilin clan. When they went out, no matter where they went, as long as they reported their identity from Qilin City, even if their cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't dare to easily offend them. Heavenly Emperor Beishian, they are really arrogant. Bloodless Blade shook his head in amusement. Ningqi also agreed and nodded with a smile. When those people heard this, one of them sneered and said, "Arrogant! We have the capital to be arrogant. You will know soon. Who dares to cause trouble in my Qilin city?" After a few breaths, a Qilin with a faint, golden glow all over its body stepped through the air. The green-faced, fanged cultivator bowed respectfully. The green-faced fanged cultivator stood respectfully behind him and pointed at Ning Qi and Bloodless Blade. "Lord Qilin, it's them. They have the cultivation of a great emperor, but they don't abide by the rules of Qilin City. Fine, we came out to persuade them, but they also ridiculed us and said that the Qilin clan is in imminent disaster. It is simply unforgivable. Where are you cultivators from? How dare you cause trouble in my Qilin city? Imminent disaster? I see that you are already people who are about to die." No. The Qilin with a golden glow looked indifferently at Ning Qi and Bloodless Blade. Its lantern-sized pupils revealed a trace of indifference and disdain. A Qilin with the metal attribute? "Are you male or female?" Ning Qi said with a smile. "Male or female?" The green-faced fanged cultivators and the others were all stunned. Even this metal attribute Qilin was slightly startled by this sentence. But then he immediately shouted, "All of you kneel!" Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 4003. Kneel down! Kneel down! Jean Qilin's shout echoed in the sky above Qilin City. Countless people in Qilin City were attracted by the scene in the sky. Someone came to make trouble in our Qilin City. Where did this cultivator come from? I guess Lord Qilin won't let him leave alive. I guess you're male. With your temper, you're very suitable to be a mount for the Bull Demon King. Ning Qi smiled. Mount? Not only did Jean Qilin almost spit out blood, but the people in Qilin City were also instantly excited. How audacious of him! How dare he make Lord Qilin a mount? Was this still Shenlua world? No matter where you come from, you're dead. Jean Qilin let out a roar, and the golden light on his body became more and more dazzling. But the next moment, everyone saw Ning Qi reach out and grab Jean Qilin gently. The golden light on Jean Qilin's body instantly disappeared. Jean Qilin was dumbfounded as he was grabbed by Ning Qi's hand. There's no place for you to speak now. Shut up. Ning Qi smiled. Jean Qilin suddenly found himself unable to speak. There was a trace of shock and anger in his eyes. How was this possible? As a member of the Qilin clan, his cultivation was comparable to a rank 6 great emperor powerhouse. How could the other party suppress him so easily? How could this happen? For a moment, Jean Qilin couldn't figure it out. The green-faced fanged beast and the other cultivators all stared blankly at the scene in front of them. When they regained their senses, they didn't flee in fear. Instead, they said angrily, "What are you doing?" "Release Lord Qilin." "Brother Blade, look, the servility in these people's hearts has already been deeply rooted." Ning Qi smiled slightly mockingly. Bloodless Blade nodded. "When I first came here, I felt that these cultivators in Qilin City were all brainwashed. Fortunately, I didn't stay too long. Otherwise, I might be one of them today. You still don't know that you're in trouble," the green-faced fanged beast said angrily. Just as Jean Qilin was being captured from a mountain far away from Qilin City, figures suddenly flew out one after another. Seeing this, the green-faced fanged beast laughed angrily at Ning Qi. "Lord Qilin and the others have come out. You can't escape today. Who dares to come to my Qilin City and behave atrociously?" A Qilin with an aura similar to Venerable Lord Ice tore through the air and appeared in front of Ning Qi and Bloodless Blade. His words were like rolling thunder, reverberating within a radius of 10,000 miles. Within Qilin City, some of the cultivators with low cultivation levels were dizzy from the sound and almost vomited blood on the spot. It took them a few breaths of time to catch their breath. After the first Qilin appeared, a second, a third, a fourth. More than 50 Chilins arrived one after another, all of them staring coldly at Ningqi. Each Chilin's cultivation base was at least a first cycle emperor realm, while the highest was a ninth cycle emperor realm. There were 3 Chilins like this in total, and they were leading the other Chilins to surround Ningqi, Bloodless Blade, and the others in the middle. So many Lord Chilin. The cultivators in Chilin City looked excited. Some of them had already stayed in this place for no idea how many years, but had never seen the Chilin clan move out so many clansmen. This time, it really broadened their horizons. Dozens of Emperor Chilins stood together, their auras blended together, creating an imposing aura that would make any emperor wet his pants in fear. Bloodless Blade was in such a state now. Although he knew that Ningqi's cultivation base was extremely strong and had reached the 7th step, he had also defeated an experienced 7th step cultivator in the creation god territory. But suddenly facing so many Chilins, Bloodless Blade could not help but tremble. Are they all out? There should be some who are not here. Ningqi scanned with his divine perception, then smiled at the group of Chilins in front of him. Listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. If you miss here, you will be responsible for the consequences. The group of Chilins had a trace of doubt in their eyes. The males stand on the left, and the females stand on the right. Ningqi said, "Roar." The group of Chilins roared almost at the same time as if they had epilepsy. How dare the other party come to Chilin City and humiliate them like this? Had the world changed? Wasn't the Chilin clan the #1 clan in Shenlua world? Ningqi smiled and waited for a few breaths before saying, "If you're done roaring, do as I say. I don't want to fight. After all, I've also signed a life and death contract with a fire Chilin. It's not good for our relationship to be strained." Life and death contract? Wait a minute. The 3 Chilins who were in the lead suddenly exchanged glances with Venerable Lord Ice. One of them said to Ningqi in shock, "You're the human that my king mentioned." The golden Chilin in Ningqi's hand suddenly shuddered. He had also heard about this recently. A human had found a Chilin to be his spirit beast. Therefore, Venerable Lord Ice had chased after him with 2 Chilins. But until now, they had not captured the human. Instead, Venerable Lord Ice and the rest had disappeared without a trace. Not long after this incident, the Chilin king of the Chilin clan sent a message, telling them not to provoke that human for the time being. Could it be that the one who had captured him was that human? The golden Chilin's body shuddered even more. "I think so." "Why? What did the Chilin king tell you?" Ningqi smiled. Without waiting for the Chilin to speak, Ningqi waved his hand. "Your cultivation base is too low. The Chilin king probably won't tell you much. Let him tell me personally." After saying that, Ningqi looked into the void. "Chilin king, if you don't plan to show yourself, I'll bring all these Chilins to the creation's celestial territory." The Chilin king was here? Bloodless Blade was shocked. The Chilins at the scene were pleasantly surprised when they heard that. Not long after Ningqi finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. An eyeball slowly appeared in front of everyone. In the next second, however, Ningqi punched out. The void was instantly shattered into pieces, and the golden pupil that had just appeared immediately disappeared. "Don't try to hide anymore." Ningqi sneered. The scene in front of them made all the living beings at the scene subconsciously swallow their saliva. Ningqi had actually interrupted the standard way for a 7th step cultivator to appear? What did this mean? 7th step? He's at the 7th step? The green-faced fanged beast looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Its heart was filled with regret. After a few breaths, a figure walked out of the void. A Chilin surrounded by 7-colored light appeared in front of everyone. But what was strange was that this Chilin's right eye was bruised and swollen. Chapter 4004. Greetings, King Chilin. All the Chilins bent their knees and bowed. All the living beings in Chilin City knelt down and bowed. Many of them looked excited. King Chilin. They had never seen King Chilin's real body in Chilin City for so many years. Finally, they saw it today. He was extraordinary. Not only was his body twice the size of an ordinary Chilin, but even the light and aura around his body were not something an ordinary Chilin could compare to. The golden Chilin was held in Ning Chi's hand and could only look at King Chilin for help. "You're King Chilin." Ning Chi looked at the colorful Chilin with a strange expression. His aura was not even as strong as the giant ghost, ultimate god. He was at most a peak, first tribulation, ultimate god. If that was the case, wouldn't the rest of the Supreme Saint Parliament members be even weaker? That's me. King Chilin looked at Ning Chi coldly without any expression on his face. No one could guess what he was thinking at that moment. Only King Chilin's heart was in turmoil. He was injured by his opponent when he was about to show his divinity. One punch, just one punch, had caused internal injuries to appear in his body. At that time, his right eye was almost blinded on the spot. Too weak. I didn't expect the strongest person in Shenluo world to be so weak. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. Bloodless Blade had a strange expression. The Chilins at the scene immediately glared at Ning Chi. Their king was the strongest person in Shenluo world. How dare he humiliate them like that? The living beings kneeling on the ground in Chilin City raised their heads and looked at Ning Chi in shock. "You've obtained the opportunity that we've been looking for many years. It's easy for you to say that." King Chilin looked at Ning Chi coldly. There was a hint of anger in his words. They had planned for many years, but a junior had taken the fruits of their labor. That incident almost caused the Supreme Saint Parliament members to fight. They did not fight because of the upcoming calamity. "You're really weak. You're only a peak first tribulation ultimate god, right?" Ning Chi asked suspiciously. Before King Chilin appeared, he guessed that King Chilin should be a fourth tribulation ultimate god, or at least a third tribulation ultimate god. He did not expect King Chilin to be so weak. Ning Chi could easily take on 1,000,000 of such ultimate gods at the moment. They were not on the same level at all. "So what is your purpose for coming here today? Let's get straight to the point." King Chilin said calmly, "Oh, back then, you ordered people to hunt me down. Today, I'm here for revenge. But for the sake of the fire, Chilin, I don't plan on killing you all. Give me 10 female Chilins and 10 male Chilins, and I'll consider this matter settled. If there's any enmity in the future, I'll settle it at that time." Ning Chi laughed. "My king, this person had gone too far. My king, please kill him." The 3 Chilins, whose abilities were on par with Venerable Lord Ice, roared furiously. "Calm down," King Chilin shouted coldly. After the restless Chilins calmed down, King Chilin looked at Ning Chi coldly. "Why?" "Why?" Ning Chi laughed. "Because my fist is bigger than yours. Give it a try." King Chilin was so angry that he laughed. Seeing this, Ning Chi immediately threw out a punch. The punch looked simple, and its speed was very slow. However, in King Chilin's eyes, it was magnified continuously. He wanted to dodge it, but he realized that his body could not move at all. Bang! King Chilin's left eye turned black. After being hit by Ning Chi's punch, his body could not help but fall backward. The crowd stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. The Chilins present all had looks of disbelief in their eyes. How could the unpredictable King Chilin be hit by such a punch? "I'll use all my strength for my next punch." Ning Chi laughed. "Hold on," King Chilin said in a deep voice. He paused and looked at the Chilins behind him. 10 male and 10 female Chilins. Didn't you hear me? Stand out. My king? If you don't want the Chilin clan to be exterminated, offer yourself. King Chilin's voice exploded in the Chilins' ears. It was only at this moment that they realized that the Qilin king, who was undefeatable in their hearts, was no match for this human before them. Very soon, 20 ashen-faced Qilins appeared behind Ningqi with a hint of despair in their eyes. The 3 Qilins that were as powerful as venerable ice were also among them. The green-faced, fanged beast trembled from head to toe. He prayed in his heart, "Leave now! Leave now! Don't look at me! Don't look at me!" Perhaps his prayers were answered, as Ningqi's gaze immediately fell on him. At this moment, the green-faced fanged beast almost suffocated. "You seem to be loyal to the Qilin clan." Ningqi laughed. "Senior, no. You've misunderstood." The green-faced fanged beast knelt in the air. "I've never been loyal to the Qilin clan. Please understand." The Qilin's expressions turned strange. "Brother Blade, look. This is a dog. When its master is strong, it will devour him. When its master is weak, it's nothing." Ningqi laughed. Indeed. Bloodless Blade beamed with joy. The green-faced fanged beast did not dare to show any anger. He even had to smile along. "Let's go. We still have to go to the next one." Ningqi laughed and left with Bloodless Blade and the 20 Qilins. After Ningqi and the others left, the remaining Qilins became extremely depressed. They felt that their clan's position as the #1 clan in the divine Luo realm was at stake. King Qilin stood in the air with an expressionless face. After a dozen breaths, he looked at the Qilins behind him. "Why are you crying?" "My king. He thinks he can crush me with his cultivation level, but he's a frog in a well. For the sake of my plan, I'll bear with it for now. Leave." King Qilin left behind the sentence and disappeared into the void. At the same time, somewhere in the myriad of worlds, there was a round table, upon which sat a young man with an ashen face. Seated at the head of the table were a dozen or so other figures, all of whom had auras no weaker than the giant ghost god from the fortune god domain. In fact, there were even 3 tribulations of godly sovereigns present. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. If it weren't for my clone's cultivation level, I would have killed him on the spot." The young man said angrily, "King Qilin, don't be angry. It's just 20 Qilins. Just give them to him. There are tens of thousands of your clan in this realm." A middle-aged man in a white robe said with a smile. He had 2 dragon horns on his head, and his body exuded the aura of a 3 tribulation divine venerable. "White Dragon Counselor, it's easy for you to say that. Haha, I remember you killed him before, right? He might have gone to the Green Dragon clan now." The young man sneered. The white-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed. Chapter 4005. King Qilin, you were the one who told me that this child might have obtained the inheritance of the Star God Monarch. That's why I destroyed his previous life. But in the end, I found out that the inheritance of the Star God Monarch wasn't even in the ancient Star Pavilion. Counselor White Dragon said in a deep voice. "I couldn't understand it at that time. How did you conclude that the primordial star was related to the inheritance of the Star God King?" "Hee, I have my own methods." King Qilin laughed coldly. Back then, the Shenlua world was the leader of the 10,000 worlds, and there were 108 godly kings that ruled the world. However, in the end, these godly kings all entered the vast and strange universe, and not a single one of them returned to the Shenlua world. According to my speculation, they all died in the universe. The ancient Star Pavilion can use a special method to establish a connection with the stars in the universe. Just based on this point, I suspect that they will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Star God King. A dignified God King wouldn't leave behind a backup plan. These God Kings might have followed the path that the God Master had taken, which was why they had entered that cosmic void. However, after so many years, I've always wondered what they were looking for. What exactly was in that cosmic void? She exists? Was it worth it for these godly monarchs to enter one after another? One of the women said calmly. Her aura indicated that she was a 4 tribulation ultimate god like King Qilin. King Phoenix, according to our clan's records, these god kings are searching for a way to survive. King Chilin said calmly. Impossible. The Phoenix King shook his head. So many years had passed, and there had never been a great calamity that could kill a deity king. With a deity king's strength, why would he need to find a way out? As for the exact reason, our cultivation levels are too low, so we have no way of knowing. Fortunately, we found a godly king's tomb. This godly king might be the 109th godly king. He didn't enter the void of the universe, but died here. This tomb might be able to reveal the reason why those godly monarchs had walked into the cosmic void back then. King Chilin said. At that moment, Senator White Dragon suddenly stood up. His face was ashen as he stared at a ball on the table. The image in the ball was of Ning Chi, Bloodless Blade, and the others. They had arrived at the Qinglong sacred area. The White Dragon councilman's face was gloomy. This kid is really vengeful. Send your clone out to meet him. He won't leave until he sees your clone. King Chilin smiled. No, I want to go back and find him myself. White Dragon counselor sneered. It's just a source. So what if his cultivation level is comparable to a second tribulation ultimate god? I can also kill him with a flip of my hand. No, not only King Chilin, but King Phoenix and the other representatives also stood up to object. There are 13 of us, and only our true bodies can suppress the aura in the tomb. Otherwise, the tomb will instantly return to its original state, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. King Chilin said coldly, Not bad. We've spent so many years, and we're about to break through the first chamber. During this time, many of our clansmen have died or been injured. If our true mission is delayed because of your reckless actions, you can't afford to bear the consequences. Phoenix King's Fourth Order ultimate god aura instantly rose to its peak. Compared to her, Senator White Dragon was much weaker. What? You want to threaten me with your cultivation? Although I'm only a 3 tribulation ultimate god and not your opponent, if you attack me, it's not a big deal. Senator White Dragon looked at Phoenix King fearlessly and sneered. Hearing this, everyone's expression immediately became strange. King Chilin thought for a while and said, How about this? We'll try our best to buy you 15 minutes. You'll be fine as long as you come back before then. 15 minutes? I only need 1 breath to kill him. Councilman White Dragon sneered and disappeared from where he stood. Someone sighed and said, Senator White Dragon is too narrow-minded. No wonder he's been stuck as a 3 tribulation ultimate god for so many years. Heavenly Emperor Bei Xian, this should be the 4 sacred clans, right? Bloodless Blade looked around and discovered that this place was different from Kirin City. This place was like a sect located in the middle of a mountain. Up ahead, there were buildings that rose and fell like waves. This was not the 4 sacred clans, but the Green Dragon Clan, also known as the Green Dragon Clan. The Green Dragon Clan had always been a sect. Not only were there green dragons, but there were also other dragon clans with weaker bloodlines. Achilin slowly said. His cultivation level was similar to Venerable Lord Ice, and he was known as Venerable Lord Fire in Shenlua World. This time, Ning Chi had wiped out the Chilin clan and brought 3 other Venerable Lords with him. It was equivalent to the 4 Venerable Lords of the Chilin clan standing behind Ning Chi. Where were the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans? Didn't they live together? Bloodless Blade was confused. Venerable Lord Fire rolled his eyes and did not say a word, as if the question was stupid. Although they were captured by Ning Chi was the only one who could make them surrender temporarily. As for Bloodless Blade, Venerable Lord Fire did not take him seriously. Green Dragon Sect. Ning Chi's gaze fell on the mountain gate in the distance, and suddenly smiled. Venerable Lords, bring your clansmen and help me tear down this mountain gate first. Huh. The 3 Venerable Lords were slightly startled and looked at each other. The next moment, They brought the rest of their clansmen and rushed toward the Green Dragon sect as if they were facing the enemy who killed their parents. Heavenly Emperor Beixian, did the Qilin clan have a grudge against the Green Dragon clan? Bloodless Blade was stunned. It was not that there was enmity, but that they felt unbalanced. The dignified Qilin clan was in trouble. They naturally hoped to drag the Green Dragon clan down with them. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Bloodless Blade's eyes flashed with understanding, but he still felt a little strange. When Ning Qi had gone to Qilin City, he had restrained himself and used peaceful means before resorting to force. But when he came to the Green Dragon sect, he directly wanted to destroy their mountain gate. There were probably some other reasons behind this. Qilin? That seemed to be the case. Why would the Qilin clan come to our Green Dragon sect? And there were so many of them. What were they doing? Venerable Lord Fire, Venerable Lord Thunder, Venerable Lord Wood? Why were 3 of the 4 venerable lords here? Could it be that the war of 10,000 clans was about to spread to Shenluo world? Inside the Green Dragon sect, many dragons in human form stood not far from the mountain gate, pointing at the scene in front of them. Among them, some dragons reacted quickly and immediately went to inform the powerhouses of the Green Dragon clan. Although the Qilin clan and the Green Dragon clan had always minded their own business, the sudden appearance of 20 Qilins this time was really shocking. Lord Qilin, may I know why you are here? Seeing that the Qilins had already arrived above the mountain gate, and Green Dragon braced himself and stepped forward with cupped hands. His cultivation was only at the 5th step and could not be compared to the group of Qilins in front of him. Tear it down. Venerable Hua sneered. The next moment, the mountain gate of the Green Dragon sect, which had been cast with many restrictive spells, was attacked by 20 Qilins. Among them, 3 were Qilins comparable to great emperors. But in the blink of an eye, the huge mountain gate was torn down into ruins. For a sect, the mountain gate represented its face. Tearing down the mountain gate was a death grudge. The green dragons present were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Then, an angry roar came from the depths of the Green Dragon sect. The mighty voice was like rolling thunder, shattering the clouds in a radius of 10,000 miles. Chapter 4006. In 1 second, 800 mail signs small divided by talk, net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Accompanied by the roar, a huge dragon rose into the sky and stood in the void. His cold eyes flickered with electricity as he stared coldly at the group of Qilins in front of him. Venerable Hua, Venerable Lei, Venerable Mu, when did the Green Dragon sect offend the Qilin clan? How dare you come here and destroy the mountain gate of the Green Dragon sect? The dragons of the Green Dragon sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the sect master. The huge green dragon in front of them was the current sect master of the Green Dragon sect and the clan master of the Green Dragon clan. You didn't offend us. You offended someone else. Venerable Hua's expression changed as he said, calmly, someone else? The Green Dragon clan master glanced around and saw 2 figures in the distance. Human clan. The Green Dragon clan master's eyes were filled with doubt. Your Green Dragon's father? Ning Qi moved and appeared in front of the group of Qilins with bloodless blade. He sized up the Green Dragon clan master indifferently. The aura of the other party was very similar to that of the Green Dragon. They should be related by blood. Venerable Hua, why would the Qilin clan listen to the command of a human? The Green Dragon clan master ignored Ning Qi and looked at Venerable Hua mockingly. Venerable Hua and the group of Qilins did not say anything. Although they felt humiliated, they did not dare to show it. Otherwise, who knew what this human cultivator who had reached the 7th step, who even the Qilin king was no match for, would do to them? Ignore me? Then go to hell. Ning Qi smiled and reached out to grab the Green Dragon clan master in front of him. In an instant, the Green Dragon clan master felt an invisible giant hand grabbing his body. Then a piercing pain came from all parts of his body. His huge body was squeezed into a deformed shape in an instant. It seemed that he no longer had the mighty aura from before. Clan Master? Sect Master? The cultivators of the Green Dragon sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe that the Green Dragon Clan Master, who was at the peak of the 9th Transformation Emperor realm, was reduced to such a state with just one move. This is the 7th step? The Azure Dragon Patriarch looked at Ning Qi in horror. He could feel the strength in his body being imprisoned and his life force constantly fading away. Although he didn't die on the spot, he was sure that he would die in another 10 breaths of time. At this moment, a figure emerged from the void. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Azure Dragon Clan leader broke free from Ning Qi's imprisonment. When the dragons present saw this figure, they hurriedly knelt down and paid their respects. Greetings, Senator White Dragon. Holy Assembly Member White Dragon. The eyes of Venerable Lord Hua and the other Qilins flickered slightly. Suddenly, a glimmer of anticipation rose in their hearts. If Councilman White Dragon could suppress this human, they would not need to be enslaved by the human race. Although the possibility was not high, since even the King Qilin was no match for Ning Qi, Councilman White Dragon would probably end up with the same result. Senator White Dragon, thank you for saving me. The Azure Dragon Patriarch had a look of lingering fear. Councilman White Dragon ignored him and looked at Ning Qi calmly. Ning Beixian, since you've reached the 7th step, why are you bullying the weak? Bullying the weak? When you killed me in that lifetime, did you consider that you're also bullying the weak? Ning Qi smiled faintly. That's different. You communicated with the Forbidden Star, and the Supreme Assembly unanimously voted to sentence you to death. I'm just following the wishes of the masses by killing you. Councilman White Dragon said calmly. The masses' wishes? What does your wishes have to do with me? Do you think I deserve to be killed just because you wanted to kill me? My wish now is for you to die. Do you want to commit suicide? Ning Qi sneered. I'm not here to fight with you verbally. You've defeated the King Qilin. Do you think you're the #1 expert in Shenlua world? Ha ha! Have you ever thought that the Qilin King you saw might just be a clone of him? Councilman White Dragon smiled. At the same time, the expressions of the King Qilin and the others who were paying attention to the matter in another world changed. They looked at Councilman White Dragon with a hint of hostility. This guy talks too much nonsense. He's almost at his limit. King Phoenix sneered. With his 3 tribulation ultimate god cultivation, it's not a problem for him to suppress this guy. King Qilin said. Everyone smiled as they wanted to see what Councilman White Dragon was going to do to kill the newly advanced 7th step god. Clone? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. It made sense now. How could the #1 expert who had suppressed Shenlua world for so many years only have the strength of a peak 1 tribulation ultimate god? Was this Councilman White Dragon's real body or clone? Perhaps seeing through Ning Qi's thoughts, Senator White Dragon smiled faintly and said, Next, I still have 10 breaths of time to deal with you. I can tell you directly that this time, my real body has descended. Compared to the clone of the King Qilin that you dealt with, I am much, much stronger. I don't think I have enough time, so go to hell. Councilman White Dragon smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Hua and the others instantly felt that Councilman White Dragon's aura had become extremely terrifying. Even their King Qilin could not compare to him. Could it be that my king is really just a clone? How is that possible? If that's a clone, where is my king's real body? Venerable Hua and the other Qilins were shocked and confused. Subconsciously, they did not believe this statement. However, the White Dragon Counselor in front of them had an aura that was many times more terrifying than the King Qilin that they knew. This seemed to prove that the White Dragon Counselor's words were indeed true. The Cheelants suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. "Thank you for telling me so many secrets. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid to come with your real body. Aren't you helping me?" Ning Chi laughed out loud and activated the 9 inner hidden gates. His physical strength instantly increased by 512 times, and the terrifying aura from his body instantly crushed Councilman White Dragon. At that moment, Councilman White Dragon's aura became very small in front of Ning Chi, like an ant. "You!" Councilman White Dragon was slightly stunned. Then, a fist kept enlarging in front of him. Bang! The terrifying power directly tore Councilman White Dragon's body apart. No matter what other trump cards he had, they all turned into ashes in front of that power. As soon as Councilman White Dragon died, a terrifying power suddenly emerged from the void and continuously entered Ning Chi's body. The bottleneck of the 9 transformation Great Emperor was gradually loosening. Oh no! King Cheelin and the others stood up abruptly and stared at the crystal ball in front of them in shock. Councilman White Dragon was dead? Then wouldn't the tomb of the God King that they were excavating be? Chapter 4007. In a second, 800 mail signs small divided by Talk Net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. On a planet shrouded in a golden atmosphere, there was a huge building that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Around the building, there were many Cheelants, dragons, phoenixes, and other cultivators from various clans walking back and forth. There was originally a gap in the front of the building where sand and sand were constantly being transported out. The material of the sand and sand was very special. Even a small grain could weigh tens of millions of kilograms. The cultivators who transported the sand and sand looked very serious as they used special tools to carry the sand and sand. They dared not let their bodies touch the sand and sand. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the depths of the gap. The cultivators who had transported the sand and sand out immediately retreated far away when they saw that. They looked at the gap in shock. Immediately after, a mysterious change occurred in the hole that had been dug very deep. The wall that had been dug full of holes was inexplicably filled with silt again. In just a few breaths, the gap disappeared as if no one had ever dug there. The cultivators from various clans were dumbfounded as a trace of despair surged deep in their eyes. In the next moment, many figures appeared one after another. The person in the lead was King Cheelin. "It's back to normal," King Cheelin mumbled to himself. Damn it. If it wasn't for Counselor White Dragon's willful departure, the Divine King's tomb wouldn't have become like this without his suppressive aura. We've spent countless years to achieve this result, and it's ruined just like that. We don't even know how many times we'll have to start all over again. Ancient time. King Cheelin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At that moment, she wished she could kill Counselor White Dragon on the spot. Unfortunately, he had already died in the hands of that new counselor. When the cultivators below saw the grand elders from various clans, they all lowered their heads and greeted them. They were also wondering what had happened that caused the excavation to go to waste again. This Divine King's tomb is like a treasure that we can't understand. Only the aura of more than 10 godly venerable ones can barely suppress it. If there's even the slightest mistake, everything will return to normal, and all our efforts will go to waste. It's such a pity. If only we could know what kind of law it contains. Any kind of law will give us a chance to advance to the godly monarch realm. King Cheelin sighed. No, we can't let this matter pass like this. Since the Divine King's tomb has been restored, we can temporarily leave this world and directly kill our way back to Divine Clapnet. Only by slaughtering that brat 1,000,000 times will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. An extremely large councilman clenched his fists and said, with a ferocious expression. Below him, there was also a group of cultivators with similar figures. They were the representatives of the Titan clan. In the Shenlua world, the Titan race wasn't very strong. This was because the experts that the Titan representative had nurtured were all in this world. The power of that punch is comparable to a four-tribulation ultimate god. If we fight, there will inevitably be casualties among us. The Phoenix King frowned slightly. Since Representative White Dragon is dead, we are now short of one person. Why don't we invite him to join our Supreme Saint Council to make up for the quota and continue excavating the tomb of the Divine King? I disagree. This kid is too unpredictable. I don't agree either. Apart from the Phoenix King, none of the counselors present agreed to let Ning Qi join the Supreme Saint Council. This was partly because Ning Qi had killed Counselor White Dragon with a single punch. If they offended Ning Qi one day, would they also be punched to death? It was too dangerous. They couldn't let such a person stay by their side. If you're short of one person, I have a candidate in mind. King Qilin said lightly. The counselors looked at each other and a name appeared in their minds. That guy had been going against the Supreme Saint Council for many years. Unfortunately, no one could find his whereabouts, and they couldn't do anything to him. His background was also very special. He had snuck into the Supreme Saint Council from a small world. Not only did he avoid their surveillance, but his cultivation level had also improved by leaps and bounds. He even obtained the source and became an ultimate god. King Qilin, you'd rather join forces with that guy than to recruit this kid? I can see that his hatred for the Qilin clan is different from the Green Dragon clan. The Phoenix King said lightly. Don't mention this again. King Qilin scoffed. He would remember Ning Qi's arrogant look for the rest of his life. If it wasn't for the fact that his real body couldn't descend, how could the Qilin clan suffer such humiliation? King Qilin, the candidate you mentioned, could it be Tong Tiangezer? The Titan Counselor suddenly said. Tong Tiangezer created the Covenant of Darkness and has been going against the Supreme Saint Council for many years. If we let him join the Supreme Saint Council, won't we be announcing to the world that the Supreme Saint Council has bowed down to the Covenant of Darkness? What about those damn stowaways that he's sheltering? Deal with them? Give them an honorable identity? I don't think it's a big deal. The Covenant of Darkness has existed for so many years, and we can't eliminate them all. Instead of that, we might as well have a temporary truce. The Divine King's tomb is more important than anything else. If we can comprehend a little bit from it, we'll have a chance to go against the creation, celestial realm. I agree. Only he can make up for the loss of one person. King Qilin, do you have a way to communicate with Tong Tiangezer? It's not difficult to talk to him. King Qilin chuckled. Then he waved his hand and a water screen appeared in front of him. Not long after, a silhouette appeared in the water screen. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw that. Could it be that King Qilin had been communicating with Tong Tiangezer? They started to ponder. Why are you looking for me? An indifferent voice came from the water screen. I'm inviting you to join the Holy Assembly and become the 14th representative. The dark cultivators under you will be able to walk the world with honorable identities. King Qilin smiled. You want to use this to kill me? The figure didn't believe King Qilin's words. If I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to use such a dirty trick. Our divinity's word is law. King Qilin smiled. Then why? It's simple. White Dragon representative is dead. White Dragon representative. That sanctimonious hypocrite is dead? Ha ha ha! This is the best news you've told me all these years. The voice in the water screen was gloating. Many of the representatives had a good relationship with White Dragon. They all looked angry. What's your answer? King Qilin asked. It's not impossible for me to join the Holy Assembly. Let me see your sincerity first. What sincerity do you want? Tell me, where did all those godly monarchs go? The voice in the water screen suddenly became heavy. There's nothing to hide about this. As long as you become a representative, we'll share the news. King Qilin smiled. Give me a few days to think about it. Chapter 4008 Azure Dragon School. Ever since Counselor White Dragon was punched to death by Ning Qi, The dragons in the Green Dragon Gate stood rooted to the ground, be it the Green Dragon or any other dragon bloodline. None of them knew how to face the situation in front of them. The Azure Dragon clan leader's eyes were filled with fear as he stared blankly at Ning-Chi. He felt that this might be the Azure Dragon clan's greatest crisis this time. If it was not handled well, the Green Dragon faction would be exterminated in a matter of minutes. The energy that emerged from the void was constantly attacking the bottleneck in Ning-Chi's body. Ning-Chi's aura was gradually leaving the boundary of the 9th transformation, Great Emperor. Previously, Ning-Chi's physical body was comparable to that of an ultimate god. This time, after obtaining the benefits of killing Counselor White Dragon, Ning-Chi's cultivation level was about to enter the ultimate god realm. The Divine Venerable's first heart tribulation had unknowingly fallen. There seems to be something wrong with the North Mystic Celestial Emperor. Bloodless Blade watched as Ning-Chi stood motionless in the void after killing Councilman White Dragon. Ning-Chi's aura fluctuated as if he had entered a special state. Venerable Lord Hua and the rest of the Qilins noticed this as well. A hint of restlessness flashed across the depth of their eyes. However, in the end, they still did not dare to take the risk of being killed by Ning-Chi and escape this place. Venerable Flame, who is he? The voice of the Azure Dragon clan leader rang in Venerable Flame's ears. Venerable Lord Hua glanced at him and transmitted his voice. From now on, if you stand here obediently and don't provoke him, you might still have a chance to live. Pausing for a moment, he continued, don't even think about running away. If you run away, we won't be able to bear the consequences. At that time, we'll make a move to stop you. You won't be a match for the 3 venerables. The Azure Dragon clan leader's expression turned extremely ugly. The first divine ordeal is the heart ordeal. The second is the fate ordeal. The third is the disaster ordeal. And the fourth is the Tao ordeal. Am I in the middle of the heart ordeal now? Ning-Chi stood in a deathly silent city. There was not a single soul in the city, as if there was not even a breeze. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of blood flowing in one's veins. This city obviously didn't exist. Ning-Chi did not believe that anyone had the means to teleport him to another place. Next, it should be the heart tribulation. But what kind of form would the heart tribulations take? Ning-Chi was curious. After several breaths of time in the silent city, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Ning-Chi looked up and saw a figure about 10 meters away from him. The figure was dressed like a manservant. The manservant slowly walked up to Ning-Chi with a sad look on his face. Why do you want to kill me? Kill you? Who are you? Ning-Chi said lightly. Have you ever regretted it? The servant smiled bitterly. Oh, I remember now. You are the evil servant Li Si of the Marquis of Champion's residence that I killed at the entrance. Ning-Chi suddenly laughed. Trash like you, if you die, then die. Why would you regret it? I'll kill you again. Bang! With a single punch, the manservant was immediately smashed into powder. Is this the trial of the heart? Ning-Chi's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. A few breaths later, another set of footsteps sounded out. Ning-Chi was a little curious. Who would it be this time? Ning-Chi, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm still alive. A young man slowly walked up to Ning-Chi with a smile on his face. Hua Wushang. Ning-Chi sized him up and laughed. What a pity. You might think that you're still alive, but in reality, you're just a part of the trial of the heart. Ning-Chi, have you never regretted killing me? Hua Wushang sighed softly. Maybe we can become friends. Why would I regret killing you? Ning-Chi smiled and shook his head. He used his fingers as a sword and once again chopped off Hua Wushang's head. After several breaths of time, footsteps sounded out again. This process continued for an unknown amount of time. One by one, people that Ning-Chi had killed appeared in front of Ning-Chi, asking him questions that Ning-Chi found funny. 10, 100, 1,000 10,000. Ning Chi didn't even know the names of most of them, but their outcome was the same. They were all killed by Ning Chi for the second time. No matter how much time passed, Ning Chi would patiently answer them and then kill them with a punch or stab them to death with a sword. Perhaps they realized that this trick had no effect on Ning Chi. When Ning Chi stabbed the last person, the city gradually disappeared and Ning Chi found himself back in front of the Green Dragon Gate. My cultivation level has advanced to the first tribulation, ultimate God. Does this mean that I've passed the heart trial? Ning Chi felt the power flowing in his body. Although it was incomparable to his physical strength, it was still a kind of progress. However, this heart trial surprised him a little. He didn't know if the other ultimate God's heart trials were the same. If the person undergoing the trial is a little impatient or guilty, maybe they won't be able to pass the heart trial. Even if they don't say it out loud, I'm afraid they won't be able to hide from the heart trial. Ning Chi sighed. In that case, those who could reach the ultimate God realm were basically people with a strong state of mind. No matter how many people they killed, they would never feel the slightest bit of guilt. As for those who were indecisive, they would be eliminated in the heart tribulation. North Mystic Heavenly Emperor, Bloodless Blade, asked tentatively. I've just passed a trial. Ning Chi smiled. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange when they heard that. Passing a trial? The sky was clear. What kind of trial was this? As senior, may I know when the Green Dragon sect offended you? Is there any misunderstanding? The Green Dragon clan master mustered up the courage to ask. The other party had already recovered. If he did not figure out what happened today, he would die without knowing why. Green Dragon is your son, right? I hate him and that White Dragon councilman. He tried to kill me once. Do you think there's a misunderstanding? Ning Chi smiled faintly. The Green Dragon clan master was slightly startled. Immediately after, he noticed that Ning Chi's killing intent seemed to be gradually increasing. He hurriedly said, Senior, we are willing to surrender. Seems like you've already asked them. Ning Chi glanced at Venerable Fire and the other Chilins. Those Chilins looked a little strange. Senior, our Dragon Clan's body is extremely strong. It would be great to be a mount, the Green Dragon Clan Master said. When the cultivators of the Green Dragon sect heard that, their expressions changed several times. Finally, they lowered their heads. It would be a good choice if they could become a mount. It was better than dying. With the death of White Dragon Councilman, the Green Dragon sect strength was no longer what it used to be. Some of the enemies that they had offended might also come looking for them one after another. The outcome seemed to be similar. A Chilin is enough as a mount. You guys forget it. Ning Chi smiled and turned to leave. Bloodless Blade hurried to catch up. Venerable Fire and the other Chilins were also shocked. Were they going to let it go just like that? Wasn't the price that the Green Dragon sect offered too little? But then Venerable Fire and the others suddenly gasped. They saw that the Green Dragon sect had almost become a ghost town in an instant, including the Green Dragon Clan Master. All the cultivators of the Dragon Clan who had been alive just a moment ago were killed in an instant. During the process, they didn't even see how Ning Chi attacked. Chapter 4009. On the way to the ancient Star Pavilion, the entire Chilin clan was silent as they followed behind Ning Chi. Later, Ning Chi got tired and directly rode on Venerable Thunder. Bloodless Blade also got the chance to ride a Chilin and rode on Venerable Wood. Unlike the happy Bloodless Blade, the Chilin clan was terrified. Even though they were being ridden, they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of anger. One of the 4 Saint clans, the Azure Dragon clan, had been exterminated just like that, and in the blink of an eye. Although the Azure Dragon clan was much weaker than the Chilin clan, according to what they had seen. Even if he wanted to exterminate the Chilin clan, it wouldn't take more than 2 breaths of time. What is that? Chilin? Damn! How come so many Chilins appeared all of a sudden? What's going on? Look, There are people riding on the Qilins. Countless shocked gazes fell on Ning Qi's group. When these cultivators saw a large group of Qilins flying over, they were already shocked. Then they saw two cultivators that looked like humans sitting on the Qilins. They thought they were dreaming. The forces of the Tylee clan were all alarmed. They all looked in the same direction. Some of them were at the 6th step and some were at the 5th step. Compared to the ancient Star Pavilion, the Tylee clan was very weak. They didn't even have many great emperors, but now they saw a large group of Qilins comparable to great emperors. This kind of strength could destroy the entire Tylee clan in an instant. It's that guy. A figure with a special aura was shocked when he saw the person on Venerable Thunder's back. He's sitting on a Qilin? Am I seeing things? Li Shang was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and found that he wasn't seeing things at all. Ning Qi, who had been hurrying on, suddenly had a thought. Venerable Lord Thunder felt it and immediately stopped. When the other Qilins saw this, they naturally stopped as well. They were bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Celestial Emperor Baixian, what happened? Bloodless Blade asked. I met an acquaintance. Ning Qi smiled. Then he waved his hand. Li Shang, who was still far away, suddenly felt himself lose control. When he reappeared, he was before Ning Qi. You! Li Shang was shocked. The aura of the corpse race. I never expected the corpse race to have a great emperor. Bloodless Blade's expression grew even stranger. In the myriad worlds, many small worlds had the corpse race. Even the divine Luo world had them. However, this race's strength was very ordinary. According to what he knew, the corpse race shouldn't have any 6th step cultivators. Such a small race would be considered cannon fodder in the war of the myriad races. And now, not only had a great emperor appeared in this incomparably weak race, but she even knew Ning Qi. This was what shocked Bloodless Blade the most. It hasn't been that long since we last met, right? Don't you recognize me? Ning Qi laughed. I do recognize her, but... Li Shang looked at Ning Qi with a weird expression, and then looked at Venerable Thunder, who was under him. Not to mention it, any one of the Qilin here had a much more terrifying Qi than her. What is it? Ning Qi laughed. You weren't possessed, were you? In such a short period of time, how could you have this kind of cultivation? Even I can't see through it, and these Lord Qilin. Li Shang smiled. These should be Lord Qilin, right? Did I see wrongly? Venerable Thunder and the other Qilins looked at Li Shang with much gentler eyes. This was the attitude that divine Luo world cultivators should have towards Qilins. My ass, they are just a bunch of captives. Ning Qi laughed coldly. When Venerable Thunder and the other Qilins heard this, their expressions instantly became very ugly. At the same time, they felt a little ashamed and didn't dare to look at Li Shang. They felt that today was the most embarrassing moment in their lives. Captives. Li Shang's brain went blank. I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been all this time? Ning Qi laughed. Isn't this the war of the myriad races? There are many of my race in the myriad worlds, so I ran around and occasionally helped out. This time, I just wanted to come back to rest for a while, but I coincidentally met you. Li Shang said, pausing. She was really curious. What happened to you? Even Qilins can be captured as captives. This is the leader of the divine Civ race. It can't be explained in a few words. Ning Qi laughed. Then tell me slowly where you guys going. I will just follow. Li Shang laughed. Miss, women should be more reserved. Bloodless Blade couldn't help but say, who are you? You are not a cultivator from Tylee land, right? Li Shang looked at Bloodless Blade and frowned. She couldn't provoke Qilins, and she was a bit afraid of Ning Qi, who she couldn't see through. But Bloodless Blade was different. She felt that Bloodless Blade's aura was at most similar to hers. Let's talk on the way. Ning Qi smiled. When they were about to arrive at the ancient Star Pavilion, Li Shang's expression became more and more shocked. His eyes looked at Ning Qi from time to time with a trace of reminiscence. So, I'm basically with a counselor now. Li Shang muttered to himself. You just realized. Bloodless Blade sneered. Li Shang was too lazy to pay attention to him. At this time, Ning Qi suddenly said, Are you thinking about the past? Are you thinking that my cultivation was still very low back then, and you could easily kill me at any time, but now you can't even pull a hair off me? Li Shang's face suddenly turned red and quickly denied. No, I am absolutely not thinking about these things. We're here, Bloodless Blade suddenly said, then he frowned. Something is wrong. The atmosphere in the ancient star pavilion seemed to be very heavy. Many cultivators went in and out, and their expressions were not very good. Ning Qi noticed this earlier than him and directly led everyone into the ancient star pavilion. During this process, everyone's bodies entered a state of invisibility. Unless someone's cultivation was higher than Ning Qi's, no one would be able to see through his restriction spell. Let's go to the main sect. I heard that the pavilion master has come out of closed-door cultivation. Many cultivators kept rushing toward the main sect. The pavilion master has come out of closed-door cultivation? No. Ning Qi's eyes moved. Elder Duan said a long time ago that the current Star Emperor had entered the void of the universe and was not in Shenluo world. If the Star Emperor had come back, then he wasn't out of closed-door cultivation. He had returned to Shenluo world from that mysterious and treacherous universe. Before this, Ning Qi suspected that he might have already died in that universe. Looking toward the main sect, a scene immediately appeared in front of Ning Qi. In a large hall, a young man in white, who was constantly coughing up blood, sat on the main seat. Beside him were the elders of the ancient star pavilion, the masters of the major star palaces, and the disciples that kept arriving. Chapter 4010. Pavilion Master, are you really okay? One of the elders was worried when he saw the white-robed young man coughing up blood. The rest of the cabinet elders and the palace lords of the major star palaces did not look good. In their minds, the great Star Emperor was very powerful and was the number one entirely. No great emperor could be compared to the great Star Emperor. But now the Star Emperor was obviously seriously injured. Could it be that the ancient star pavilion had offended someone that even the Star Emperor wasn't a match for? I'm fine. I'll get used to coughing up blood. Although great Star Emperor's face was pale and he held a white cloth in his hand, he still smiled and comforted everyone. It's not as serious as you think. I didn't offend any great emperor, so the sect will not be implicated. After a pause, he looked around. Where's Elder Duan? When a pavilion elder heard that, he hurriedly told the pavilion elder about what happened when the great Star Emperor was not in the sect. The Star Emperor's eyes lit up. Ning Beixian, there's a new great emperor in our ancient star pavilion? That's right. Everyone nodded. That's good. The Star Emperor coughed and smiled. At least when I'm not here, there's someone to watch over you. He'll be the next pavilion master. What? Everyone's face revealed a trace of shock. Right at this moment, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. What are you shouting for? Don't you know where this is? One of the elders was already annoyed and scolded the disciple. Elder, there's a Qilin. The disciple turned around and pointed outside in shock. The disciples standing outside the hall were stunned. They saw a group of Qilins flying toward them. Even the fifth-step cultivators in the Tai Li land might not be able to see a Qilin in their lifetime, let alone them. Qilin, are your eyes playing tricks on you? The group of cabinet elders and palace masters hurriedly walked out of the hall. Then their expressions froze. Among them, many of the elders revealed looks of terror in their eyes. They thought that the great Star Emperor had offended the Qilin clan, and now the Qilin clan had come to find him? Just then, the Star Emperor slowly walked out of the palace. Everyone suddenly had a backbone. Ning Beixian greets the Star Emperor. Ning Chi leaped down from Venerable Thunder's body and cupped his hands at the Great Star Emperor. Only now did everyone realize that it wasn't just Qilin who had arrived. Ning Chi, Bloodless Blade, and Li Shang had also arrived. Although they were still shocked, they were no longer as terrified. Your cultivation. I can't see through it. The Great Star Emperor sized up Ning Chi and was a little surprised. Can't see through it? Everyone looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. They knew that Ning Chi had just become a great emperor not long ago. Why couldn't the Great Star Darch see through him? Well, let's not talk about this. Who are they? The Great Star Emperor smiled and looked at the Kylans. You must be guests of the ancient Star Pavilion, right? One of the elders chuckled. Guest? The expressions of all the Qilins turned even uglier. Elder, you've misunderstood. They're my captives, and I'm using them as mounts. Ning Chi laughed. Captive? Mount? The air suddenly became quiet. After a few breaths, the Great Star Emperor suddenly gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a foreign race dare to ride a Qilin. It's not convenient to talk here. Pavilion Master, why don't we go inside and talk? Ning Chi smiled. Ning Chi was very curious about the injuries on the Great Star Emperor. It didn't look like he was injured by an ordinary Great Emperor. His aura was similar to that of the black hand that fell from the sky in the burial ruins. When Blood Ghost was preparing for the advancement ceremony in the Creation Divine Realm, the void suddenly tore open, and the aura inside was also similar to that of the black hand. Ning Chi wanted to know who injured the Great Star Emperor and what kind of existence that person was. Not long after, only the Great Star Emperor and Ning Chi were left in the hall. As for the Qilins, they were taken outside by Bloodless Blade for the disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion to admire. Even the elders wanted to see what the Qilins looked like up close. Inside the hall, the Great Star Emperor smiled. How is Elder Duan? Elder Duan is fine. In fact, I came back this time to transfer the ancient Star Pavilion to the Creation Divine Realm. Ning Chi smiled. Transfer to the Creation Divine Realm? Even the Great Star Emperor, who thought that he was experienced and knowledgeable, and that even the 9th Revolution Great Emperors in the ancient land didn't know as much as him, was stunned. Did you say something wrong just now? Or did I hear it wrong? You can bring people to the Creation Divine Realm? The entire ancient Star Pavilion? The Great Star Emperor said in a daze. You didn't hear it wrong. I do have such a method. Elder Duan is in the Creation Divine Realm right now. Apart from him, there are also some disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion. Ning Chi smiled. After a pause, Ning Chi's expression became serious. Pavilion Master, where have you been all these years? The Great Star Emperor seemed to be absorbing what Ning Chi had just said. After a few breaths of time, he pointed to the sky above his head. The sky, the real sky. I've been there once. Some existences appear in the void to take your life. Ning Chi said, That's right, those are real ghosts. If one is captured by these ghosts, even a great emperor will be assimilated by them. These ghosts don't have any intelligence. The Great Star Emperor said with lingering fear, When I first went there, I was almost captured by them. The injuries on the Pavilion Master's body were left by them? Ning Chi asked again. That's not it. These injuries were left by existences even more terrifying than them. Those existences, the Great Star Emperor shook his head and asked Ning Chi, Do you know that there are 8th-step cultivators in this world besides 7th-step cultivators? Yes, they're in the Creation Divine Realm. 8th-step cultivators are called God Kings, and there should be 4 of them in the Creation Divine Realm. Ning Chi said, There were a total of 108 God Kings in the Divine Luo Realm. The Star Emperor smiled. These God Monarchs disappeared one after another. I originally didn't know where they went, but after the Holy Assembly repeatedly attacked the Pavilion Master of the ancient Star Pavilion, I learned a bit of the truth through some methods. It was this truth that drove me to the void. Truth? May I ask, Pavilion Master, what is the truth you speak of? Ning Chi's eyes lit up. The ancient star pavilion once had a god king. The great star emperor smiled. That god king wasn't among the 108, but the 109th. It's a pity that this god king also disappeared, and the star he established the connection with was the Great Desolation Star. It was called the Forbidden Star by the Supreme Sacred Council. So anyone in the ancient star pavilion who established a connection with the Forbidden Star would be eliminated by the Supreme Sacred Council. They were afraid that we would obtain the inheritance of that God King. The Star Emperor's voice became cold. At that time, I also learned that all the previous God Kings had entered the void and never returned. That's why I want to personally go to the Great Desolation Star to see if I can find the God King of our ancient star pavilion, still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free. Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 4011. All the divine kings walked into the void? Why? If the first divine king went in and didn't come back, why did the second divine king go in? In the end, all 108 godly monarchs entered that mysterious and treacherous universe? It didn't make sense. Ning Chi couldn't figure it out. Of course, the most likely possibility was that these divine kings didn't enter the void, but died a natural death. But judging from the cultivation and lifespan of the divine kings, even if the world collapsed, the divine kings might not die. Not to mention a large group of divine kings. None of them were left. Pavilion Master, from what you said, could it be that you've been in the void all these years? Ning Chi asked. If that was the case, the Star Emperor might have walked to a very deep place. That's right, I've been looking for those stars, but can you believe it? The stars we see in our eyes don't exist, ha ha ha. The great Star Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. The void we saw in the starry pavilion, those stars are all fake. Fake? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Isn't this too strange? After I discovered this, I kept walking. At the beginning, as long as you can avoid those ghosts, they won't appear for a long time. I don't know how many years I walked like this, but I saw a coffin. The Star Emperor's face revealed a trace of fear. That coffin existed in the void just like that. It was extremely huge, even comparable to a star. At first, I wanted to get close to it, but my instinct told me that I couldn't get close to it. If I did, I would die. Coffin? Ning Chi couldn't help sitting up a little. He was more and more curious about the Star Emperor's encounter in the void. How could there be such a huge coffin in the void? What was inside? Could it be a former divine king? It turns out that I was right not to go near that coffin. The Star Emperor looked at Ning Chi. After I left that coffin, I came across another coffin, but this coffin was already broken into pieces, as if there was some kind of existence crawling out of it. This time, I didn't feel any danger. It's conceivable that if I went near that coffin the first time, I would definitely die. The kind where there would be no bones left. Pavilion Master, what did you find this time? Did you get injured because of that? Ning Chi asked. Listen to me patiently. My injuries were not caused by this coffin. The great Star Emperor smiled. After I didn't sense any danger, I approached the coffin and saw some words on the lid. What words? The great Star Emperor suddenly said, Why can't I live? Pavilion Master, what are you talking about? Ning Chi frowned slightly. These words were left on the coffin. I've thought about it, but I can't figure out what it means. Could it be that the ghost in the coffin wanted to live so badly that it left these words on the coffin? From these words, I can conclude that the person who left these words was definitely from the divine Lua world. It's extremely likely that he was one of the divine kings from back then. The Astral Emperor seemed to be recalling something. After pausing for a few seconds, he said, The first coffin that I encountered, the person lying inside could also be a god king, a dead god king, or rather, a divine king that has never lived before. Never lived before? The doubts in Ning Chi's heart grew deeper and deeper. He wasn't sure whether the astral emperor's mind was affected by some kind of existence. How trustworthy were the words he said? I continued walking and encountered many different kinds of coffins. I even saw a dragon corpse. That dragon corpse was emitting a faint silver light. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was still alive. However, I can be sure that it was dead. It was completely dead. Even though I had been riding on it for a period of time, it had never lived before. During that period of time, I talked to it a lot. The astral emperor smiled. You also know that staying alone in that kind of pitch-black void without anyone to communicate with can make people go crazy. Even the great emperor is no exception. A dragon corpse emitting a faint silver light. Ning Chi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. During this process, I didn't gain nothing. I got some secrets. You can call them secrets for the time being. Beixian, do you feel that you have never lived before? The astral emperor looked at Ning Chi, and his expression became more serious. Never lived before? I'm living well now. Why would I have such a feeling? Ning Chi frowned. Yes, I think so too. Therefore, the secrets I obtained should be fake. The astral emperor nodded. Pavilion Master, who hurt you? Was it a black arm? Ning Chi asked. Have you seen it before? The astral emperor was slightly stunned. Ning Chi briefly told him what had happened in the bone-bearing ruins. The astral emperor suddenly fell into silence. After a while, he slowly said, The one who hurt me may not be the same as the one you saw, but they may be the same kind. Could it be that in the void there is another kind of race living? Is the strength of this race very strong? Is there a divine king? Maybe they are all divine kings. I personally suspect that these guys are ghosts that crawled out of the coffins of the divine kings after they died. Some of these ghosts have intelligence, but some don't. They can only wander aimlessly in the void. Unfortunately, I only met one. It just glanced at me, and I was injured. At that time, I knew that I shouldn't continue to stay in the void. My strength is still not enough. If I continue to stay, I will only die. So I chose to return to Shenlua World. The astral emperor sighed. I hope that when I have enough strength, I will go through it again. I hope I can find the secrets behind these things. Maybe. Ning Chi was already a little moved. Just when he was about to open his mouth to ask for help, a black arm suddenly fell from the sky and grabbed the astral emperor tightly. The astral emperor revealed a look of shock. Then he smiled bitterly and said, It has its eyes on me. Just like that, in front of Ning Chi, the black arm grabbed the astral emperor and disappeared without a trace. Even when Ning Chi reacted and was about to use his means to stop the other party, he felt an extremely dangerous premonition at the same time. This premonition forced Ning Chi to maintain his motionless posture and watch the astral emperor being taken away by the other party. It's this aura. The one that the astral emperor encountered was the one that the Shenyuan celestial sect leader encountered. They encountered the same, or should I say the same kind of existence. Ning Chi's expression gradually became extremely solemn. Chapter 4012. Ning Chi felt that even if he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, he wouldn't be a match for the Black Hand. The other party's strength was definitely comparable to a godly king. Only by becoming a godly king can I go to the void of the universe. Ning Chi warned himself, secretly. There were already many clues hidden in the words left by the Star Emperor. Once his strength reached the godly king level, he had to go there and see what secrets were hidden behind it. Those things in the void shouldn't be able to affect the various worlds within a short period of time. However, if one day one of the figures that the Great Star Emperor mentioned accidentally walks into the Shenlua world, wouldn't all living beings die? I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. I have already obtained a godhead, and my body has turned into a universe composed of stars. In the future, the improvement of my realm won't be too slow. Thinking of this, Ning Chi called in the Pavilion Elder and the Star Palace Master. When everyone saw Ning Chi, they quickly bowed. but their eyes were a little strange. Where did the Star Emperor go? The Pavilion Master has internal injuries and has already found a place to heal. He won't come out for a while. I'm here to take you to the Creation Divine Realm and move the site of the ancient Star Pavilion there. What do you think? Ning Qi said in a deep voice. Creation Divine Realm? Li Shang, the Corpse Clan's emperor, suddenly had a strange expression. What's his purpose in deceiving this group of fifth-step cultivators? Where did the Star Emperor go? His cultivation shouldn't be much stronger than mine. There's no reason that I didn't even notice when he left. Li Shang thought to himself. The Pavilion Elder and the Palace Master were stunned. Creation Divine Realm? Although they didn't quite believe it, they had seen Ning Qi's means. There was no reason for him to say such a lie, right? Does the Pavilion Master know about this? And Pavilion Elder asked cautiously. Of course. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. When they thought of the group of Qilins outside, they suddenly had a little more expectation. In just a short while, all the cultivators in the sect had been summoned to the main branch. As for the disciples who were not in the sect, they had been notified through a special method of communication so that they could arrive as soon as possible within a month. After Ning Qi reached the seventh step, it would not be a problem for him to bring a few hundred people to the Creation Divine Realm at one time. He planned to use a month to move the entire ancient Star Pavilion to the Creation Divine Realm. The disciples of the various astral palaces all stood behind the palace masters with confused expressions on their faces. They did not know why they had been gathered here. Many of the disciples had interacted with Ning Qi before. Now that they saw Ning Qi standing with a group of Qilins, their emotions became extremely complicated. Pavilion Elders and Palace Masters, let's go first. Ning Qi laughed. He could bring the higher-ups over first and inform Grand Elder Duan about it. He could then leave the rest of the people to them. This would save him a lot of effort. Leave? Where are you going? The disciples below were dumbfounded. On the other hand, the Pavilion Elders and the Palace Masters were feeling uneasy. Li Shang watched from the side. He wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he decided to observe the situation first. The next moment, she suddenly found that Ning Qi had disappeared. Along with him were the Pavilion Elders, Palace Masters, Bloodless Blade, and the group of Qilins. What's going on? Li Shang seemed to have 3 big question marks on her face. Even with her cultivation, she couldn't find out what method Ning Qi had used. Even if Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than hers and she could not detect it, what about the Pavilion Elders? And the group of Qilins that were also at the Emperor realm? How did they disappear? How could she not notice the slightest trace of it? The disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion panicked, especially the core disciples of the various astral palaces. Their gazes all fell on Li Shang. Their intuition told them that the person standing with Ning Qi was definitely a great emperor. You guys just wait here. Li Shang said in a low voice. She didn't know the situation, so what could she say? She could only temporarily appease this group of flustered little sheep. In the Creation Divine Realm, this place is... Venerable Thunder and the other Qilins reacted first. The surrounding spiritual energy had become abnormal. This was likely the legendary Creation Divine Realm, the main export place of the Qilin fruit in the Divine Luo Realm. Ha ha ha! This is the Creation Divine Realm. I can't believe I, Bloodless Blade, can enter this legendary place one day. Bloodless Blade looked up and laughed. Azure Dragon, Jiang Posha, Jiang Wangkong, Jiang Tianshu, and the others who were hanging on Lu Huang were awakened by this laughter and subconsciously looked toward the courtyard. In the courtyard, there was already a large group of people. There was even a Qilin among them. Jiang Posha muttered to himself. His methods are getting stronger and stronger. Last time he brought a few Qilins, but this time he brought 20 Qilins and so many people. Azure Dragon stared at Ning Qi with hatred in his eyes. However, he was also shocked. What did the Qilin clan's appearance mean? It meant that Ning Qi had at least been to the Qilin clan's territory and had even fought with the Qilin king. The result was obvious. Could it be that even the Qilin king can't suppress him? Azure Dragon took a few deep breaths and felt a chill run down his spine. Right at this moment, a figure tore through the air and appeared in the courtyard. Pavilion Elder Duan. When the elders and palace masters of the ancient star system pavilion saw Pavilion Master Duan, they relaxed and revealed looks of joy. "Haha, Celestial Darch Bei Xian really brought you here?" Pavilion Elder Duan laughed. "Celestial Darch Bei Xian?" Pavilion Elder Duan seemed to see that everyone was still confused, so he smiled and said, "I'll tell you in detail later." After a pause, she looked at Ning Qi and asked, "Celestial Darch Bei Xian, when will the rest of the people from the ancient star pavilion arrive? Should we stay here and guard them?" Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "I'll send them here later. The newcomers may not know the rules of the creation divine realm and the heavenly court. I'll have to trouble Pavilion Elder Duan to take care of them." "No problem. Leave it to me." Pavilion Elder Duan nodded. Ning Qi's gaze fell on Venerable Thunder and the other Qilins. He smiled and said, "I'll find a master for you now." Venerable Thunder and the others were originally in high spirits, but when they heard this, they became extremely disappointed. After about 10 minutes, Fong Lingming and the other women arrived quietly, followed by the Bull Demon King's loud voice. "Celestial Darch Bei Xian, I heard that you found a Qilin for Old Ox as a mount?" The moment the Bull Demon King entered the courtyard and saw the 20 Qilins looking at him, he was so excited that he almost drooled. Chapter 40:13. "You belong to him." Ning Qi casually pointed, and the one with the lowest cultivation among the 20 Qilins was dumbfounded. Belong to him? The Qilin looked at the drooling Bull Demon King and felt a chill in its heart. Was it going to be eaten? Soon, with Ning Qi's help, the Bull Demon King and the Qilin signed a life-sharing contract. The Qilin also accepted its fate and stood behind the Bull Demon King with its head lowered. "Young master, do we have one too?" Little you, and Zhuoling, looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Fong Lingming smiled and patted little Yu's head. "Silly child, I will do what I promised you. You guys can pick whichever one you like." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Little Yu, and Zhuoling immediately ran to the group of Qilins to pick. The elders of the ancient star pavilion and the palace master of the star palace were stunned when they saw this. When they came back to their senses, they were filled with envy. "I'll take this one." Little Yu picked an ice blue Qilin. Unlike Venerable Ice, this Qilin was only of the water element. "This one is female. You can have it." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. It didn't take long for Zhuoling to pick one as well. However, Venerable Thunder, Venerable Fire, and Venerable Wood didn't seem to catch the attention of the two girls. They were a little disappointed. They were going to be mounts anyway, so it wouldn't be a bad thing if they could be the mounts of these two girls. "Elder Duan, you pick one too." Ning Qi smiled. "I have one too." Elder Duan was stunned. Then she was pleasantly surprised. "I think this Venerable Thunder is quite suitable for you. He's a 9th rank Great Emperor, and you're busy with the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. With him around, people will give you some face." Ning Qi smiled. "Then I'll take him." Elder Duan nodded immediately. As long as she signed the life-sharing contract, her battle strength would soar to the 9th rank Great Emperor. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Ning Qi temporarily handed over the remaining female Qilins to Fong Lingming and the other two girls, while he disappeared in front of everyone with the remaining male Qilins. When they reappeared, it was already 10 minutes later. "Bei Xian, where are the 8 Qilins?" Fong Lingming was curious. "One for the old lord. He used to ride a green bull, but he died. Now he's riding a Qilin. Brother Dongfang, one for Duan Ingjun and one for the old master. We'll split them among ourselves. We'll split the rest when we capture them." Ning Qi laughed. "I think we should give Mother one too." Fang Lingming laughed. "Not bad." Ning Qi smiled and nodded his head. He had given the remaining female Qilin to Fang Lingming, and the other two because he wanted to give the people closest to him some benefits, first before considering others. With Fang Lingming around, even if the Qilins weren't willing to sign the contract, it wasn't up to them. "I'll go send a few batches of people from the Ancient Star Pavilion. I'll leave this to you." Ning Qi asked Fang Lingming. "Go." Fang Lingming smiled and nodded. The moment Ning Qi vanished, Fang Lingming and the other ladies brought the Kirins out of the courtyard. On the way, one of the Kirins stared dumbfoundedly at the azure dragon on the tree. "Azure Dragon Race's young master?" Fang Lingming and the other ladies stopped in their tracks. The Kirin looked at Fang Lingming and said, "I shouldn't have said that. It's okay. If you meet someone you know, you can chat with them. We won't restrict your freedom in the heavenly court. You'll find out soon enough." Fang Lingming smiled. The Kirins were relieved when they heard that. They could tell if Fang Lingming was telling the truth, so they didn't feel so bad anymore. "I don't remember seeing you, but why were you captured by him?" Azure Dragon asked. "The North Mystic Celestial Darch went to our territory. King Qilin was no match for him, so we became his captives." The Kirin said with a complicated expression. "Even King Qilin was no match for him?" Azure Dragon, Jiang Posha, Jiang Tianshu, and the others fell into despair. "Your Qilin race was annihilated, damn it," Azure Dragon murmured to himself. "Annihilated?" The Kirin shook her head and said, "Our Qilin race didn't suffer any casualties, but your Azure Dragon race." Her expression became strange. "What happened to the Azure Dragon race?" Azure Dragon's heart skipped a beat and he looked nervous. "That's right. Ning Beixian went to the Qilin race, so there was no reason he couldn't go to the Azure Dragon race. Your Azure Dragon race was annihilated. Even Counselor White Dragon was killed by the North Mystic Celestial Darch." The Kirin said, "Impossible, impossible." When the Azure Dragon heard this, it immediately let out a roar of disbelief. In the next moment, countless willow branches lashed at his mouth, forcing his roar back into his stomach. Fang Lingming smiled and said, "Let's go." When Fang Lingming and the others left with the group of Qilins, Azure Dragon was still being whipped. Jiang Posha and the others were already calculating their lifespans. It was impossible to escape now. Ning Qi didn't plan to kill them either. Therefore, they could only wait for their lifespans to run out and die naturally. That way, they would be able to escape from the sea of suffering. However, the spiritual energy in the creation realm was too dense. They couldn't cultivate for years and felt that their cultivation levels were rising instead of decreasing. Their lifespans were going to run out in the foreseeable future. Ning Qi appeared in the Ancient Star Pavilion again. Li Shang quickly approached Ning Qi and asked in a mysterious voice, "Where did they go?" This appearance, it reminded Ning Qi of the movie sellers on Earth, the creation realm. Where else could they go? Ning Qi smiled. "You can fool them with that, but how could you take people to the creation realm?" Li Shang was speechless. When Ning Qi saw this, he grabbed her and disappeared once more. However, in less than a breath of time, he and Li Shang returned to the Ancient Star System Pavilion. You. Li Shang was dumbfounded. She seemed to have gone to a very strange place. That place, the creation realm, right? Isn't that the creation realm? Li Shang asked hurriedly. The expressions of the disciples changed. It only took a few breaths of time for them to sort out their thoughts and look at Ning Qi and Li Shang in shock. This is the great emperor. He shouldn't be lying. Then, she was really taken to the creation realm. Could it be that the pavilion elders and palace masters were also? Then, wouldn't we also have a chance to go to the creation realm? At this moment, the disciples of the ancient star pavilion became very excited. Their gazes toward Ning-Chi were filled with passion. Chapter 40:14. Ning-Chi ignored Li Shang's question and sent 2 more batches of ancient star pavilion disciples into the fortune realm. Next, he had to rest for a day. The rest of the disciples were excited. Although it might not be their turn in a short time, it didn't stop them from looking forward to the future. I helped you before. Can't you tell me where that place is? Li Shang looked at Ning-Chi bitterly. You once wanted to turn me into a corpse. Ning-Chi rolled his eyes. I saw that you were a genius and wanted to find a helper for my clan. Look, my guess was right. With your current cultivation, even 10 of me wouldn't be your match. Li Shang said, You already guessed where that place is, so you don't have to ask again and again. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. Ning-Chi waved his hand, sat down cross-legged, and no longer spoke. Li Shang fell into silence. She had indeed guessed it and felt that it was highly possible, but she still couldn't understand what Ning-Chi was doing. It didn't make sense that even the Supreme Holy Assembly couldn't compare to Ning-Chi. That was why she took the trouble to ask Ning-Chi. She wanted to get an accurate answer. Judging from Ning-Chi's attitude just now, her guess was 99% correct. You've already brought them into the fortune realm. Can you throw me in as well? I've lived for so long and I've only been in there once. I came out after a few days. Li Shang smiled. I miss the scenery inside. Ning-Chi still didn't say anything. The disciples below all pretended not to hear, and just like that, Li Shang nagged for a few days, but Ning-Chi did not pay attention to her requests. The ancient star pavilion is here, right? Zhao Lei looked ahead and was a bit unsure. Although Bloodless Blade's disciples and grand disciples had higher cultivation levels than Zhao Lei's group, they didn't dare to be negligent when they remembered that Zhao Lei and the other 2 were Ning-Chi's servant disciples. The head disciple of Bloodless Blade, Huayu, smiled and said, Miss Zhao, the ancient star pavilion should be up ahead. We are 1 step ahead of Master and Celestial Emperor Beixian, so they probably haven't arrived yet. Should we go in first? In that case, let's go in. However, it would be best to be polite. After all, that is the sect that senior brother once stayed in. Zhao Lei reminded with a smile. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. They no longer dared to have that feeling of superiority that they came from the supreme ancient immortal realms. Everyone tried their best to maintain a gentle smile on their faces as they flew toward the ancient star system pavilion. However, just as they were halfway there, a ray of fire arrived. Who is it? Huayu frowned. She stretched out her hand and grabbed lightly. The power of the eternal realm immediately surged out and easily caught the flame in her hand. Everyone saw that it was a cylindrical object with a pointed front. They didn't know what it was. Magic treasure? No, that's not right. Magic treasures aren't that weak. Chen Zhong stepped forward and looked at it curiously. If it's not a magic treasure, then what is it? Could it be a concealed weapon, the kind used by mortals? No matter who it is, if they dare to attack us, we will definitely give them a thunderous counterattack. Hua Yu's face darkened, fully displaying the dignity of a great, imperishable realm cultivator. Don't be fooled by his fawning attitude towards Zhao Lei. As an imperishable realm cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect, with a great emperor expert like Bloodless Blade standing behind him, who wouldn't give him some face when he was outside? I seem to know what it is, but why would there be such a thing here? Zhao Lei's expression was very strange. It was clearly a missile in Hua Yu's hand, but this was the Shenlua world. Why would there be such a thing as a missile? The first thing that appeared in her mind was Ning-Chi's face, but she immediately shook her head. Senior Brother Ning would never do such a prank. Miss Zhao, do you know what it is? Hua Yu was slightly startled. Even he had never seen such a thing before. How would Zhao Lei know? This is called a missile. It's a means of attack But for us cultivators, it's like a mosquito bite. Even if it explodes on us, it won't affect us. Zhao Lei said with a strange expression. Just as she finished speaking, more than 10 flaming lights suddenly flew out from the sky and attacked them. Hua Yu's face sank, and she snorted coldly. These flaming lights were controlled by her aura and stopped in midair. They were also the missiles that Zhao Lei mentioned. You actually dare to attack. Murderous intent flashed in Hua Yu's eyes. Zhao Lei subconsciously lowered her head to take a look, and this look made her stunned. Unknowingly, countless buildings had appeared below them, and those buildings were very familiar to Zhao Lei. In the Shenluo world, there were no cities made of iron and steel. The 10 missiles just now obviously came from the city, or rather, this country. Elder Hua, when we were rushing here just now, did these things already exist below? Zhao Lei said in a daze. When everyone heard this, they finally reacted and their expressions changed. They were very sure that before the first flaming light appeared, it wasn't like this below at all. These buildings seemed to have appeared in an instant. Just as everyone was in a daze, the people below seemed to feel that the missiles were useless against them. So, an aircraft slowly rose into the sky and tentatively stood in the void 1 mile away from them. Who are you people? Are you related to the appearance of the end of the world? Please answer immediately. Please answer immediately. A loud voice came from the loudspeaker in the aircraft. It was a man's voice, deep and heavy. But under these two characteristics, everyone heard a kind of despair and fear. We are cultivators of the Moon Elephant sect. Who are you people? Zhao Lei tried to sound them out. We are the Federal Empire. There are unknown changes in the world, and we seem to have left the star sector where we have been living. This place, where exactly is it? The voice in the aircraft became more and more panicked. Just as they were conversing in a heavily guarded building below, a large group of people of all races were sitting in a meeting room with pale faces, looking at the image on the screen in front of them. This image was captured by the aircraft. After zooming in, the faces and bodies of Zhao Lei and the others could be clearly seen. Oh my God, are they demons? Can people stand in the sky like this and not fall? The end of the world has really come true. Why would our federal empire suddenly appear in such a place? Everyone, the most important thing now is not to be afraid, but to figure out the reason for all this. Have you never thought that our entire federal empire would appear here unscathed? This already belongs to the category of theology. This group of people who can stand in the sky and not fall might be the legendary gods. The president of the federal empire said with an excited expression. Chapter 40:15. God. The leaders of the various countries in the conference room were shocked by this word. They did not want to believe it, but the image on the screen told them that it was true. There were indeed unknown existences in this world that were beyond their understanding. The Federal Empire was the strongest empire in the universe. It was second to none, and it controlled 9 major galaxies and countless planets. The entire Federal Empire was made up of 276 countries, led by 6 of the top countries. Every federal president was chosen from 6 countries. As for the presidents of the other countries, they could only become ordinary members of the Federal Empire. They were as shocked as the Federal Empire was. This was because the entire Federal Empire, including some small cities in remote galaxies, had all come to this world in front of them. Even if it was a dog, nothing was lost. To be able to do such a thing, it should be a god, right? Other than this explanation, they were afraid that other explanations would not satisfy them. They did not know that the federal network had long been in an uproar. Some people had even left the world they were familiar with and set foot in a corner of Shenluo world. They saw all kinds of magical things. Of course, there were already casualties. Your Excellency, if they are gods, then what kind of situation will we face after we just fired a missile at them? A member of parliament raised his hand. He was also the president of a small country among the 276 countries of the Federal Empire. The The spacious conference room immediately fell into silence. Outside, Huayu, who was about to make a move, was stopped by Zhao Lei. "This matter is very strange. I think we should wait until we see senior brother and let him decide. We should not make a move on our own," Zhao Lei said. "That's good too." Huayu nodded slightly. In fact, he wanted to make a move directly, but for Zhao Lei's sake he endured it. Everyone moved and once again flew in the direction of the ancient Star Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of the aircraft. On the screen, Zhao Lei and the others were no different from teleporting on the spot. In the conference room, "They're gone? Quick, slow down the scene 300 times. I want to know how they left." The scene was slowed down 300 times. On the screen, Zhao Lei and the others still disappeared with a whoosh. Slow down 600 times. Everyone still could not see how Zhao Lei and the others left. 1,000 times, 2,000 times, until the scene was slowed down 3,000 times. They could slightly see the movements of Zhao Lei and the others. God! He was definitely a god. Even the fastest spaceship of our Federal Empire can't reach such a speed. The ancient Star Pavilion. Zhao Lei and company didn't encounter any obstacles because Ning Qi had completely opened up the formation. Anyone who wanted to enter the ancient star system pavilion could enter at will. Someone's coming. Li Shang's eyes moved as he looked afar. The disciples below also sensed something and turned their heads to look. Senior brother. Celestial, the Archbishop. As soon as Zhao Lei, Huayu, and the others landed, they immediately bowed respectfully. "You guys are quite fast." Ning Qi laughed. Huayu and the others were embarrassed. "Since you're here, I'll send you to the Fortune Divine Realm first." Ning Qi smiled. Just as he was about to make a move, Zhao Lei immediately told him what she had seen and heard. Ning Qi stopped and looked in the direction that Zhao Lei had pointed out. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and saw the scene that was tens of thousands of miles away. "Senior brother, what do you think is going on?" Zhao Lei said with a strange expression. After a while, Ning Qi retracted his gaze and smiled. "All the worlds are undergoing a change. What you saw earlier should be one of the changes. It's just that it's a little gentler than I thought. Everyone didn't quite understand." "What happened?" Li Shang's expression became more serious. "You'll know in the future. Don't you want to go to the Fortune Divine Realm? Go now." Ning Qi smiled and gently waved his hand, bringing Li Shang and the others into the Fortune Divine Realm. Next, he was still in the ancient star system pavilion. He would only use his eyes to observe the situation of the Federal Empire when he was resting. Batches of disciples were sent into the Fortune Divine Realm by him. A month later, the entire ancient star system pavilion seemed empty. Ning Qi reactivated the formation and walked in the direction of the Federal Empire. As for the disciples who hadn't returned, it could only be said that their fate had not come yet. Standing in the void, Ning Qi's figure wouldn't be captured by any equipment. Under his observation, the entire Federal Empire was in his eyes. The territory of the Federal Empire was so large that even if Ning Qi was still the great emperor, he wouldn't be able to cross it in a short period of time. With such a large territory, it was possible for Ning Qi to move it from its original place to the Shenluo realm. However, it definitely wouldn't be done so quietly that even he, who was in the ancient star system pavilion, didn't notice it. What did it mean to be able to hide from the divinities? "I remember. There used to be a huge city here. It went there?" Ning Qi's gaze swept into the distance, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If this Federal Empire didn't cover the original huge city, then did that mean that the territory of the Shenluo realm had increased for no reason? How did such a huge empire appear out of nowhere? Was this the great calamity? Could it be that one day the Fortune Divine Realm would also be like this and appear in the Shenluo realm for no reason? This is acceptable. Under the situation of no casualties, there's a great fusion of worlds. Ning Chi smiled with a slightly strange expression. Ning Chi's ears twitched slightly, and he looked in a direction. In front of the federal building, a few third-step cultivators stood in the void and looked coldly at the group of mortals in front of them who were like ants. Even in the face of countless cannons, these third-step cultivators were fearless. You bunch of ants, for some unknown reason, you've suddenly appeared in our territories. Originally, we were going to exterminate you all. However, seeing that your way of life here is somewhat different from ours, we decided to spare your lives. One of the Tao Querying Realm cultivators said proudly. The scene of his speech had already been broadcasted live on the Federal Empire's network. After more than a month of adaptation, many netizens had actually guessed where they had appeared and also knew the identity of the person speaking. However, it was precisely because they knew this that they felt despair. How strong were the cultivators? A few days ago, someone had just broadcasted a huge tortoise that was the size of a mountain being split into two by a cultivator. That monster, which probably couldn't even be killed by a nuclear bomb, had died so easily in the hands of a cultivator. Chapter 4016. On the Federal Forum. I think the Federal Empire should cooperate with cultivators or directly surrender to them to obtain cultivation methods. Technology can no longer help us improve. This is a very good opportunity. Some time ago, I saw a cultivator massacre a small town with my own eyes. Everyone inside died. There is no law in the world of cultivators. I'm afraid the entire legal system of the Federal Empire will collapse. These cultivators came with ill intentions. They can't be thinking of enslaving the entire Federal Empire, right? Countless posts were being refreshed. Everyone was watching the live broadcast and expressing their opinions on the forum. Almost 99% of people were not optimistic about the current situation. But there were also a very small number of people who especially hoped that cultivators would take over the Federal Empire, because only in this way would they have the opportunity to transform from ants at the bottom of the pyramid into cultivators. In front of the Federal Building, the president of the Federal Empire had already communicated with the three cultivators in front of him for more than 10 minutes. As an ordinary person, although the president was protected by many bodyguards, his entire body was still covered in cold sweat. Things like auras could not be blocked at all. To mortals, Tao Querying Realm cultivators were like an insurmountable mountain. If it were anyone else, they would probably not be able to speak smoothly now that the aura condensed by 3 mountains was condensed. The 3 of you, I really don't know how we appeared here. The president of the Federal Empire said as he wiped his sweat. Such a large territory appeared just like that? Do you think I will believe your words? Since you are unwilling to tell me, then I can only search your soul myself. One of the cultivators sneered and reached out to grab the void. The president of the Federal Empire immediately felt that his body was out of control and was directly grabbed in front of him. The bodyguards in charge of protecting the president were dumbfounded. The surrounding troops immediately aimed their weapons at the 3 of them, but they did not dare to attack. The people who had been carefully watching the live broadcast all sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. These cultivators were indeed unreasonable. Even when facing the president, they still attacked just like that. Could it be that today, the president of the Federal Empire would become the first president in the history of the empire to be killed by supernatural forces? You guys should be more polite. Don't search my soul so easily. Ning Chi's figure moved and appeared in front of the 3 cultivators. He casually rescued the Federation president from the hands of one of the cultivators and slowly flew back to his original position. He looked at Ning Chi, the cultivator who had just appeared, in a state of shock. The people of the Empire who were watching the live broadcast widened their eyes. Another one, but this cultivator seems to be a bit friendlier. Who are you? Is the change of this place related to you? The cultivator whose technique was broken by Ning Chi frowned slightly as he stared coldly at Ning Chi. The other Two cultivators, on the other hand, were bewildered. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that from now on, this place belongs to the Ancient Star Pavilion. Ning Chi chuckled. Ancient Star Pavilion. The three of them were shocked when they heard this name. Immediately after that, they sensed a trace of an indistinct and terrifying aura on Ning Chi's body that was as boundless as an abyss. So, it's a senior from the Ancient Star System Pavilion. The three of us have offended you. Please forgive us. The three of them hurriedly cupped their fists in greeting, their expressions as respectful as they could be. Seeing this scene, the citizens of the Empire were stunned. He's definitely a big shot among the cultivators. He seems to have good intentions towards our federal empire. This is an opportunity. You can leave now. Ning Chi smiled. Yes, Senior. The three of them hurriedly nodded. We will never set foot in this place again in the future. Please rest assured, Senior. There's no need for that. The appearance of this place is due to some kind of change that is happening in the universe. In the future, situations like this will happen more and more often. If you come to accept disciples, I won't stop you, but don't use the methods of cultivators on them. They are just mortals who don't know the way of cultivation. Ning Chi smiled. We understand, Senior. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the three of them, but they still nodded. With Ning Chi's consent, the three of them flew away from this place. The conversation between Ning Chi and the three of them was not concealed and was also broadcasted live. The citizens and the higher-ups of the empire came to a shocking conclusion from these few words. The myriad of worlds? They could completely understand this term. If they understood it correctly, this meant that the world they were in should only be one of them. In the future, situations like this would happen more and more often. In other words, it meant that there would be countries in the same situation as them appearing here for no reason. Senior. The federal president mimicked the way the three cultivators addressed Ning Chi and mustered up the courage to greet him. He vaguely felt that this cultivator in front of him should be the kind of person who could communicate. He would not randomly grab people into the air. Wait a minute, there's still a little trouble. I'll talk to you after I deal with it. You just need to know that this matter is not very hopeless for you. Instead, it's a rare opportunity. Ning Chi smiled at the other party. The hundreds of billions of citizens of the Federal Empire were basically watching the live broadcast at this moment. When they saw the smile on Ning Chi's face and heard what he said, many people vaguely guessed the meaning behind it, and their faces immediately revealed a look of surprise. Countless cultivators were flying through the sky towards the place. The changes had happened 1 month ago. After that 1 month of preparation, a high number of cultivators had been attracted to the place. In addition to loose cultivators, there were also quite a number of cultivators from various sections. They're here again. So many cultivators. I thought that only one cultivator would be able to destroy our federal empire. Now there are hundreds of them. I wonder what the temper of these cultivators is like. If they're similar to the one just now, perhaps it's a good thing. Just as the crowd saw the hundreds of figures standing in the sky through the live broadcast, a voice directly rang through the entire Tylee land. The universe is constantly merging. If you see some strange phenomenon, there's no need to panic. There's no need to react too intensely. Do not start a massacre without permission. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I will directly suppress and kill you. It was a simple sentence that seemed to have no worldly aura, but it reached the ears of every cultivator in the Tylee land. Even those cultivators who were in seclusion and surrounded by restrictive spells were awakened by this voice. Like the great emperor of the Black Wind Cave, the various great emperor-level cultivators in the Tylee land, after hearing the sentence, all walked out of the mountain gate one after another and looked up at the sky with shocked expressions. Chapter 4017. On the day the Federal Empire appeared, there were 4 or 5 similar changes in other places in Tylee land. There were already killings taking place, but after hearing Ning Chi's words, the killings immediately stopped. All the cultivators retreated and didn't dare to kill anymore. The worlds were merging. So, these people and things that appeared out of nowhere should have been from other small worlds. Because of the merging, they suddenly appeared in Shenluo world. Ning Qi's words not only stopped them from killing, but also made them understand why everything was happening before their eyes. This time, not only did existences like the Federal Empire panic, because they suddenly left the place where they lived, even the cultivators of Shenluo world began to panic. What kind of scene would it be when all the heavens and 10,000 worlds fused together? What kind of problems would it cause? Would the Shenluo world cause the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to disappear because of this? These were all related to the real interests of the cultivators. To them, this was very likely to be a great calamity. Federal building. In the conference room, facing hundreds of parliament members from various countries, Ning Qi calmly explained some things to take note of. Some people were sweating profusely and taking notes, without missing a word. 2 hours later, Ning Qi suddenly stood up. Without waiting for the federal president to speak, his figure had already disappeared before everyone's eyes. Your Excellency, what this cultivator said is of great help to us. At the same time, there are professionals who have sent news. That cultivator's words have spread throughout the entire Federal Empire in an instant. We have reason to believe that his words will spread even further. In a short period of time, the Federal Empire shouldn't be in such danger as before. The most important thing now is to cultivate. No matter what method we use, be it apprenticeship or trade, we must let the people of the Federal Empire have the ability of cultivators so that we can stand firm in this treacherous world in the future. Then let's first contact the surrounding cultivators. The federal president no longer had the calmness and decisiveness from before. This was because every decision he made now was related to the lives and future of hundreds of billions of people. We can try. I hope we have what they want in our hands. That way, at least under that cultivator's warning, we can trade with these cultivators on a slightly more equal footing. It's decided then. Oh, right, that cultivator just said that this place belongs to the ancient Star Pavilion? Who can think of a way to search for all the information about the ancient Star Pavilion? Maybe we already have a strong enough backer. The Federation president suddenly remembered this matter, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. After Ning Qi left the Federal Empire, he did not return to the divine realm of creation. Instead, he returned to the ancient Star Pavilion. He believed that his movements over the past month should have been known by the Holy Council. The next stage was the negotiation stage. While Ning Qi was waiting in the ancient Star Pavilion, there was a huge change in the Dark Parliament. The dark cultivators who didn't dare to walk openly in Shenluo world left their original places one by one. I never thought that the Dark Parliament would have such a day. The true spirit brought the cultivators of the 5th district to stand on the land of the god Luo world and sighed. Lord True Spirit, I heard that the Supreme Saint Council compromised with Councillor Skirich. It seems like Councillor Skirich's strength is also at the legendary 7th step. Don't ask me. I wouldn't know even if you asked me. This is also a pleasant surprise for me. The True Spirit smiled and shook her head. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I'm not used to the sudden dissolution of the Dark Council. Where do you think we can go? I heard that Bei Xian is in the ancient Star Pavilion. The True Spirit's eyes lit up. Ning Qi was the Secretary General of the Dark Parliament in the divine realm of creation. He also came from the 5th district. If they didn't go to the Dark Parliament now, when would they report to him? Although they weren't sure if Ning Qi was in the ancient Star Pavilion, they only had this little clue. Hence, under the guidance of the True Spirit, everyone flew in the direction of the ancient Star Pavilion. What do you guys think? King Qilin retracted his gaze from the crystal ball. In the seat of Counselor White Dragon, there was another old man in a gray robe. Does he really have such a method? He can bring people into the divine realm of creation? The Phoenix King didn't understand. They were all godly venerables and had a deep understanding of the methods of godly venerables, not to mention bringing people into the divine realm of creation. Even if they went personally, they wouldn't be able to pass through that passage. I think it's fake. He must be baiting us. Ignore him. Counselor Titan shook his head. A few of the other counselors agreed, but most of them didn't say anything. King Qilin's gaze finally fell on the old man in the gray robe. Tong Tian, what do you think? It's true, Tong Tian said faintly. How could it be true? You're also ungodly venerables. You should know our methods. Counselor Titan coldly glanced at Tong Tian. Don't just say whatever you want. You want to fight with me? Tong Tian looked at Counselor Titan with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. There was no anger in his eyes, but his fighting spirit was overflowing. Seeing that, King Qilin immediately said, "Things haven't been confirmed yet. Let's not quarrel first. Instead of guessing, why don't we send our avatar over to ask first? If he really has such a method, then we'll have to change our plans in the future. My avatar is already on the way. He'll arrive at the Ancient Star Pavilion soon." Counselor Titan smiled faintly. Everyone was slightly shocked, and their expressions suddenly became a little strange. "Don't provoke him," King Qilin said. "I have my own way of doing things." Counselor Titan smiled indifferently. When Zhenling and the others had already seen the Ancient Star Pavilion, a giant foot suddenly descended from the sky and directly crushed the restrictive spell on the Ancient Star Pavilion. With a loud bang, it landed on the mountain range. In an instant, the earth shook and the entire mountain range continued to collapse. What's going on? Someone is attacking the Ancient Star Pavilion. Not only were Zhenling and the others shocked, but even the great emperors from the various forces who had rushed to the Federal Empire to observe because of Ning Qi's movements were attracted by this foot. One figure after another appeared in the void in an instant. That's Titan. It seems to be a great emperor, and he's at least a rank 4 or above. No, this aura is more than rank 4. I've been to the ancient land before. Even a rank 8 great emperor didn't have this kind of aura. Could it be a rank 9 great emperor? Why did he come to the Ancient Star Pavilion? Under everyone's shocked gazes, another giant foot descended again. However, this time he stepped in the air and found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land. Chapter 4018. Roar. An angry roar came from the clouds. Everyone guessed that it was the giant who was roaring. But no matter how he roared, his other foot could not land. The Supreme Sacred Council sent trash like you to negotiate with me. A voice that Zhenling and the others were very familiar with echoed across the world. With these words, the giant's emotions seemed to have calmed down, but immediately after, it resisted even more fiercely. It's Beishuan's voice. The expressions of Zhenling and the others became very strange. This Titan clan cultivator was actually sent by the Holy Council to negotiate with him? Negotiate about what? Since when did the figure in their hearts have the qualifications to negotiate with the Supreme Sacred Council? Ning Beixian, don't be too proud. This is only my avatar. If it wasn't for the fact that my real body couldn't come due to some matters, how would you be able to stop me now? Avatar? This Titan was only an avatar? The Black Wind Cave Master's expression became extremely terrified. If this expert who was suspected to be a 9th transformation emperor was only a clone, just how powerful was his real body? Could it be, perhaps to answer their guesses, the giant before them once again scoffed coldly. As a member of the Supreme Saint Council, shouldn't you treat me with respect now that I've personally come here to negotiate with you? Representative. It really was a representative. This Titan cultivator was really a representative's avatar. Countless cultivators stared at this scene in shock. Lord Zhenling, I didn't expect him to send a representative's avatar to negotiate. Could his strength be? Don't make wild guesses. Zhenling's expression became serious. Let's observe the situation first. There might be a battle today. We can't stand too close to a battle of this level in case we get hurt. Yes, the moment you arrived, you wanted to destroy the sect. Is this your sincerity? I'm too lazy to kill your avatar. Scram and let someone more sincere come. I'll only wait here for 3 days. After 3 days, the next time we meet, either you die or I die. He actually told a representative of the Supreme Sacred Council to scram. The great emperors who were guessing who was in charge of the ancient star pavilion couldn't help but tremble. There was no need to guess anymore. A figure appeared in their minds. Recently, that figure had long been known by everyone. What happened in the burial ruins could not be covered up at all. This was a newly advanced 7th step cultivator. Only at the 7th step could the Supreme Saint Assembly treat him as an equal and send out a representative to negotiate with him. The giant fell silent. After about 5 or 6 breaths of time, his figure suddenly changed, turning into a figure that was almost the same size as a normal person, quietly standing in the void. No one else is free. I've shown enough sincerity. Let's talk. Come in. If you don't want to leave, then get lost. All right, I'm leaving. Councilman Titan sneered and suppressed the humiliation in his heart. He landed on the mountain and walked toward the ancient star pavilion. If it wasn't for the pressure from King Chilin and the rest, he wouldn't have to feign civility. That group of fellows are simply too cowardly. If they were to descend at the same time, how would he be able to stop them? How could he possibly block it? Lord Jinling, what should we do now? Let's go in and have a look. Zhen Ling pondered for a bit before decisively making a decision. He led everyone toward the ancient star pavilion. During this period of time, the Supreme Saint Assembly had reconciled with the Dark Assembly, allowing them to travel freely in the God Luo realm. Then the Supreme Saint Assembly had sent someone to discuss with Ning Qi about the changes in the God Luo realm in a short period of time. All of this caused Jinling to feel uneasy in his heart, and only that little fellow that he'd once taken to be a direct descendant of the younger generation was capable of answering his questions. Who are they? Almost all the cave masters of the 13 caves had arrived. They looked at Jinling and company with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Unfamiliar faces. And they even dared to head toward the ancient star pavilion. Weren't they afraid of disturbing those 2 third-step cultivators? Everyone, should we also go and have a look? If they dare to go, can we go as well? I advise you not to court death. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in front of the various cave masters. The cave master of the Black Wind Cave looked at the 3 of them and sneered. Great Emperor Yu, Great Emperor Feng, Great Emperor Wei, what wind blew you 3 here? Great Emperor Yu, who had a head as big as a bucket, but a body as small as a child, let out a strange laugh. We can go wherever we want. Why do you care? There are some unknown changes happening in the ancient star pavilion. All of you wait here and don't disturb them. Great Emperor Feng said coldly. After she finished speaking, she looked at the ancient star pavilion with a complicated expression. The disciples of the 4 major families had always been cultivating in the ancient star pavilion. They didn't hide much about the changes in the ancient star pavilion, so they knew about it. However, they still weren't sure about it. The 3 of them had tried to use their life lanterns to find the disciples that had disappeared, but they couldn't pinpoint their location. This was why they decided to personally go and see if the information sent back by those disciples was true or false. Just a moment ago, they had personally seen the avatar of a counselor of the Supreme Sacred Council come to discuss with that person. This dispelled most of the doubts in their hearts. Perhaps an existence that could make the Supreme Sacred Council want to discuss really had mysterious methods? But someone clearly went in just now. Their cultivation levels are nothing to worry about. I'm just giving you a reminder because we're all great emperors of the Ty Li land. If you insist on going, feel free to do so. Great Emperor Feng said calmly. Great Emperor Yu and Great Emperor Wei also smiled. They didn't seem to care about their actions, which made the cave masters feel uncertain. Okay, I'll believe you this once. It's rare for a seventh step cultivator to appear. If we lose this rare opportunity, I'm afraid we won't have a second chance in this lifetime. The cave master of the Black Wind Cave said. Just at this moment, a voice exploded in everyone's ears. The smile on Great Emperor Yu's face froze, and he subconsciously looked toward the ancient star pavilion. You guys heard it too? The cave master of the Black Wind Cave was overjoyed. Everyone nodded with a strange expression. Since Senior invited us, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The cave master of the Black Wind Cave took the lead and flew toward the ancient star pavilion. Great Emperor Fong and the others quickly followed. They didn't want to fall behind. Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 4019. In the ancient star pavilion, a small giant stood in front of Ning Qi. It was the avatar of Councilman Titan of the Holy Saint Council. I'm here today, Councilman Titan said slowly. Don't speak first. Ning Qi waved his hand and looked into the distance with a smile on his face. You, Councilman Titan frowned slightly. What kind of identity did he have? Even if Ning Qi was at the seventh step, he was still a junior and he was a senior. How could Ning Qi be so indifferent? This was simply humiliating him on purpose. I'm here today. I told you not to speak first. Don't you understand? If you don't understand, then scram. Get someone who understands to talk to me. Ning Qi snorted coldly. Zhenling and the others had just entered the ancient star pavilion when they heard Ning Qi scolding Councilman Titan. Their expressions suddenly became very strange. Lord Zhenling, Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled at Zhenling in the distance. Beixian, I'm not disturbing you, right? Zhenling smiled awkwardly. He saw Councilman Titan's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to tear them into pieces with his gaze. It was really frightening. No, it's a big deal that you're here. Everything else is trivial. Ning Qi smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Great Emperor Fong and the others entered the pavilion. Ning Qi asked them to wait on the side, and Councilman Titan finally became impatient. I'm here this time to discuss with you about joining our Holy Saint Council, Councilman Titan said in a deep voice. The others were shocked when they heard that. The Black Wind Cave Master was even more shocked because he had met Ning Qi once before. At that time, a deputy cave master of the Black Wind Cave was a disciple of the Moon Elephant sect. He was bullied by Ning Qi, so he came back to ask for help. However, he was more tactful and didn't choose to offend Ning Qi. However, when he saw that Ning Qi was the new seventh step cultivator, his expression suddenly became very interesting. There's no need to join the Holy Saint Council. The Holy Saint Council has seen the changes in the various realms. Sooner or later, the Creation Divine territory will merge with the Divine Luo realm. At that time, I wonder if seventh-step cultivators like you will be able to stop the 4 divine kings in the Creation Divine territory and the countless ultimate gods under them. Ning Qi smiled. Representative Titan's expression changed again and again. He lowered his voice and said, We already know that you have the means to bring people into the Creation Divine realm. We want to cooperate with you. Bring someone into the Fortune Divine domain. Great Empress Fong and the others looked at each other, and they didn't dare reveal their shock on their faces. They'd finally confirmed that the information sent back by those disciples of their clans was correct. Zhenling and the others already knew that Ning Qi could enter the Creation Divine domain, but they were shocked after hearing Senator Titan's words. Could it be that Ning Qi could bring others into the Creation Divine domain? Cooperation is fine. However, I want to know exactly what your Holy Saints Council has been busy with all these years. Ning Qi smiled. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I might be able to give you a few spots." "This is your sincerity?" Representative Titan was infuriated. "A few spots? You've already brought all the disciples of the ancient star pavilion into the creation god realm. Our holy assembly is cooperating with you. But how many spots are you giving us?" "That's right. There are only a few slots, and they can't be clones of you counselors. Think carefully before you tell me if you want to cooperate." "I don't have time right now. You go first." Ning Chi waved his hand. "Do you really think you can sit back and relax in Shenlua World? Aren't you afraid that we counselors will come in person and suppress you on the spot? By then, I'm afraid you won't be able to use your tricks, right?" Representative Titan suddenly smiled. At the same time, the faces of King Qilin and the others from the Holy Saints Council changed. After hearing such threats from Representative Titan's clone, they knew that things weren't looking good. "Come in person." Ning Chi suddenly slapped Representative Titan's face and sent him flying hundreds of feet away. "Come in person. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. Trash who can't see the situation clearly has no right to negotiate with me. Scram!" "Ah!" Representative Titan let out an angry roar. He couldn't take it anymore. His body grew by hundreds of feet, and he leaped up and stomped down on Ning Chi. Zhanling, Great Empress Feng, and the others felt chills run down their spines as they watched Representative Titan's foot getting closer and closer to them. However, they were restrained by an aura and couldn't move. "It's over. We shouldn't have come in." The great emperors were filled with regret. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of Representative White Dragon?" Ning Chi sneered and gave him a backhand slap. The wind and clouds suddenly changed. A palm made of clouds and mist suddenly appeared in the void and slapped the Senator Titan's face over and over again. The Senator Titan's feet couldn't touch the ground at all. His body kept twitching in the air from the slap. Once, twice, thrice everyone was dazzled. They didn't know how many times he slapped Representative Titan. In the end, they heard a cry, and Representative Titan's body collapsed. The air suddenly became silent. Xian, that big guy is dead?" Zhenling was dumbfounded. There was also a dark cultivator from the Titan clan in Zone 5. Additionally, he was one of Trucell's trusted aides. When he saw an incredibly powerful senior from the Titan clan get beaten to death by Ning Chi, his heart rate reached its limit. "He's not dead. It's just one of his clones that died." Ning Chi smiled and looked up at the sky. "If you still want to talk, send a normal guy. Don't send a fool like him to die." He then smiled at Zhenling. "Lord Zhenling, why did you guys come out?" Zhanling hurriedly recounted what had happened. Great Emperor Feng and the rest had strange expressions when they heard that Zhanling and the rest were cultivators from the Covenant of Darkness. A few cave masters instinctively looked at them as if they were looking at prey. However, when they heard that the sky-reaching counselor from the Covenant of Darkness had already joined the Supreme Saint Assembly, a chill ran down their spines. They did not dare to look at Zhenling and the others. Those who could join the Supreme Saint Council were at least seventh-step cultivators. They didn't expect there to be such a powerful cultivator in the Covenant of Darkness. Representative Tong Tian, seventh step. Ning Chi pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at the cave master of the Black Wind Cave. "I remember you. You wanted to stand up for Lu Muqing? Junior directly sold Lu Muqing back then. Did Senior forget?" The cave master of the Black Wind Cave was shocked. "Of course I remember. Otherwise, you would be dead." Ning Chi smiled. "I called you here today to inform you that there will be more and more changes in the land of Tai Li in the future. I need you guys to help me maintain order. Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion, speed reading without waiting, =. Chapter 4020. Maintain order? Great Darch Feng and the rest were slightly stunned. Then great Tharchu, whose head was as big as a dipper but his body was as small as a child's, asked respectfully in a low voice, "Senior, I wonder what sort of changes are taking place in the myriad worlds of the universe. Could it be that the entire myriad worlds will fuse together, just like the news from the burial site?" Everyone's expressions became extremely solemn as they waited for Ning Chi's answer. The possibility is more than 80%. Now, some changes are gradually appearing. For example, the Federal Empire and the countries that appeared out of nowhere in Tily Land are all manifestations of this change. Ning Chi smiled. "I initially thought that this change would be more violent and cause many casualties, but now it seems that the process is rather mild. It's just that after the change appears, the casualties caused by the disputes will be more severe. At this time, we need you Thearchs of Tily Land to shoulder this responsibility and maintain the order here." Ning Chi did not wish for the immortal world to fuse with the myriad worlds only to be suppressed and massacred by other cultivators. "Senior, if there's an existence stronger than us in the land of change," Great Tharch Fong hesitated. "Don't worry. If there's really such an existence, I'll suppress it." Ning Chi smiled. He paused for a moment. "I won't let you do it for nothing. In the future, when the myriad worlds fuse completely and the creation divine regions forces spread across the world, you can become my disciples and be protected by me." Everyone was slightly shocked, then they were overjoyed. They never expected that there would be such a good thing today. Why would they need to wait for the myriad worlds to fuse? They could do it now. "Greetings, Master." The Black Wind Cave Master knelt on the ground with a thud. The other cave masters cursed in their hearts and fought to kneel as well. Great Tharch Fong, Great Tharchu, and Great Tharch Wei did not hesitate at all. They also knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Where else could they find such an opportunity to be a disciple of a seventh-step cultivator? Even those ninth transformation, great Thearchs, might not have such an opportunity. Zhenling and the rest were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, all the great Thearchs present knelt. "Should I kneel too?" Zhenling pondered and blushed in the end. He still could not do such a shameful thing. "Your reaction is quite fast." Ning Chi glanced at the Black Wind Cave Master with a faint smile. Following that, he swept his gaze and said with a faint smile, "In the future, all of you will be my in-name disciples. You will be ranked according to who knelt down first. Doesn't that make me the eldest senior brother?" The Black Wind Cave's Cave Master was slightly stunned. Then he glanced at everyone with a pleased expression. Many of them wanted to beat their chests and stomp their feet. They were just a little slower, and the Black Wind Cave's Cave Master, a black bear that had turned into a spirit, was standing on their heads for no reason. "Master, how can I become an inner disciple in the future?" Emperor Feng asked curiously. Everyone quickly looked at Ning Chi. This question was too important. There was a huge difference between a nominal disciple and an inner chamber disciple. Every great emperor here had a large group of disciples and grand disciples. They had a thorough understanding of this aspect. "Let's see fate." Ning Chi smiled. A few days later, the great emperors left one after another to help Ning Chi maintain the order in Tily Land. If there were any new changes, they would order their subordinates to send a message. In these few days, Ning Chi had also sent Zhenling and the others to the creation celestial territory. Under Ning Chi's guidance, they quickly familiarized themselves with the heavenly court and integrated into it. When Ning Chi returned to the ancient star pavilion, there was already a woman who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "How should I address you?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. "Phoenix King, you can also call me Vermilion Bird." The woman smiled and said, "I also have to thank you for not implicating the other 3 clans when you went to the 4 sacred clans. White Tiger and Black Tortoise are quite satisfied with that. You guys have no enmity with me, so I naturally won't implicate you. This time they asked you to come and discuss with me, so they should be showing some sincerity, right? Ning Chi smiled and said, "This jade slip contains what you want to know. If you are willing to join the Supreme Saint Council, you will know more." Phoenix King smiled and took out a jade slip. "What price should I pay in exchange for it?" Ning Chi glanced at the jade slip. 50 places. Phoenix King said, 50 places to enter the creation's celestial territory. "That's too much. That's impossible. At most, I can give you 5 places." Ning Chi smiled faintly. "Deal." Phoenix King smiled and nodded, casually throwing the jade slip to Ning Chi. Ning Chi was startled and looked at Phoenix King with a faint smile. "What's your bottom line? 3 or 4? 3. Phoenix King smiled and said, "But with your temper, since it's a deal, I believe you won't go back on your word." "Of course not. But if the things in this jade slip are of no value, then I will only give you 1 place." Ning Chi smiled, ignoring Phoenix King's slightly ugly expression. His divine will immediately entered the jade slip. 10 breaths later, he gradually digested the contents of the jade slip. As for how much of it was real and how much was fake, Ning Chi couldn't judge. The only thing he was sure of was that the other party at least didn't have the guts to fake everything. With so much information, there was bound to be some real information. How do you know that the deity kings entered the universe, void in the end? Ning Chi smiled. Phoenix King said, "According to various ancient books, it seems that when one reaches the deity king realm, they will know a secret. This secret forced them to enter the universe void." There was something that Phoenix King didn't tell Ning Chi. Before the 109th deity king died, he didn't step into the void. Instead, he left a deity king tomb in a corner of the universe. Because of Ning Chi killing White Dragon Council member, the deity king tomb that they were about to successfully dig out the first tomb was reset by some kind of rule. This caused the Supreme Saint Council to suffer huge losses. The jade slip that you gave me didn't contain this secret. Ning Chi smiled and said, "We don't know either." Phoenix King shook his head. "Other than that, the jade slip said that you knew a long time ago that the universe would fuse with one another. Therefore, you set up the universe and planned to use it to tide through this calamity. But there is something I don't understand. You set up your plans, but why were the major sects in Shenluo world annihilated? This was done by you, right?" Ning Chi smiled and said, "What benefits does it bring to your plans by annihilating them? Wouldn't this cause the difference in strength between Shenluo world and the creation divine realm to become even bigger?" When Phoenix King heard this, his expression became a little strange. He subconsciously looked towards the sky. "I am patient. I will wait for you to express your goodwill. Then slowly tell me." Ning Chi smiled and said, "Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, speed reading without waiting, =. Chapter 4021. The Phoenix King remained silent. During this period of time, Ning Chi was very patient. He really wanted to know what method the Holy Assembly had used back then to massacre 99% of the sects in Shenluo world that had godly venerable rank experts. One should know that back then, the strength of the Holy Saint Council's counselors was definitely not considered top-notch. Take Xianyuan Immortal Sect as an example. If the Holy Saint Council wanted to destroy Xianyuan Immortal Sect, they would need to send at least 7 to 8 counselors. Otherwise, even if Xianyuan Immortal Sect's sect master was no match for them, he would not have allowed such a huge sect to be wiped out overnight, causing the sect to become a forbidden area that cultivators feared and feared for many years. After a full hour, the Phoenix King finally woke up from her silence. Her expression was a little ugly. Seeing Ning Chi looking at her, the Phoenix King forced a smile and said, "The council has agreed to tell you about this matter. However, we hope that you can guarantee that this secret will not be known by the divine kings in the creation sacred realm. You seem to have quarreled with them." Ning Chi smiled and said, Some people are stubborn. The Phoenix King did not seem to be willing to say more and went straight to the main topic. A long time ago in Shenlua world, although there were not many ultimate god experts, there were still hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. This number was probably still too little. In the beginning, there were 108 divine kings and at least 1 to 2,000 ultimate gods. At that time, it should have been the peak of Shenlua world. Unlike now, the number of ultimate gods was much lesser than in the creation's sacred realm. Compared to Shenlua world, which had existed for a long time, the creation's sacred realm was obviously much less experienced. The difference between the two should be like the difference between an elephant and an ant. But now, the creation's sacred realm was stronger than Shenlua world. There must be a reason for this. A world would not become stronger for no reason, nor would it weaken for no reason. At that time, the Shenlua world will not be much weaker than the creation divine realm even if it encounters this great calamity. However, no matter how many hierarch realm experts there are, without a divine king, they won't be able to compete with the creation divine realm. Sooner or later, they will be killed by the other party until they are completely annihilated. Otherwise, they can only bow down to them. The Phoenix King seemed to have recalled the past. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion and doubt, which eventually turned into determination. King Qilin wasn't one of the top experts in the divine Luo world back then, but he still had a place in the world. He discussed with good friends like me and established the Supreme Saint Parliament. Our initial goal was to help each other. We hoped that we could gather everyone's strength and create a divine king to fight against the creation divine region. Create a god king? What made you think that a group of ultimate gods could create a god king? The divine king realm. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Ning Qi frowned slightly as he was very surprised by the Phoenix King's words. The Phoenix King sighed softly. Actually, there was a chance, but we didn't grasp it. Instead, we harmed the other hierarch realm experts, apart from us. He paused for a while. At that time, King Qilin's idea was very simple. He wanted all the ultimate gods in the Shenlua world to no longer hide anything. He wanted all the ultimate gods in the Shenlua world to search for techniques, secrets, ancient books, and all sorts of ways to break through to the divine king realm. However, at that time, most people were the same as you. They scoffed at the idea. Some were disdainful. Some didn't believe in it, and some were unwilling to do it. In the end, we had no choice but to do it ourselves. Perhaps our hard work pays off. The Phoenix King's face revealed a faint, self-deprecating expression. We really found a way to create a god king. However, this method requires a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Ning Qi was slightly stunned as the scene at the Oceanic Kingdom's imperial capital suddenly appeared in his mind. Blood Ghost also planned to use a sacrifice method to advance to the ultimate god realm. At that time, he held a special ceremony and contacted an unknown existence whose aura was extremely similar to the black hand that appeared in the burial site. Through the Great Star Emperor, he could already guess that these unknown existences were most likely the divine kings who had died back then. Could the method that the Supreme Saint Parliament found be, we've held that ritual and we've really contacted the unknown existence in the void. We've prepared the sacrifice. What sacrifices did you prepare? Ultimate gods? How many? Ning Qi said in a deep voice. Blood. Ghost prepared more than 100 of the same level as him. How few sacrifices would the King Qilin and the others have prepared if they wanted to advance to the divine king realm? You've guessed it. The sacrifices we prepared were indeed ultimate gods. They were the masters who were our enemies. There were a total of 5 of them. The Phoenix King smiled bitterly. Even if they didn't become sacrifices, we would still kill them. The outcome would be the same. What we didn't expect was that the unknown existence needed too many sacrifices. 5 of them weren't enough. The Phoenix King's face turned pale. The Phoenix King's face turned pale. It started to attack the other ultimate gods. 1, 2, 3. Those sects with ultimate gods were almost wiped out overnight. You know what happened in the end. In the entire Shenlua world, only us, the ultimate gods who were holding the ceremony, were not killed, using all the ultimate gods in Shenlua world as sacrifices. Although King Qilin and the others did not have any subjective thoughts, they were the ones who provoked the unknown existence, causing it to use the other ultimate gods in Shenlua world as sacrifices and harvest them by force. Ning Qi felt that he could vaguely determine the rules of the unknown existence. They might need to fulfill some kind of agreement to kill. For example, the Great Star Emperor was taken away even though he had returned to Shenlua world. Star Emperor might have unintentionally made an agreement with the unknown existence. Another example was the Xianyuan celestial sect master. He somehow made an agreement with the unknown existence when he was facing certain death. In the end, he survived until a while ago before being taken away by the unknown existence. The special ceremony might be one of the ways to establish an agreement. You sacrificed almost all the ultimate gods in Shenlua world and you still did not succeed. Ning Qi looked at the Phoenix King calmly. He had gained a lot today. Not only did he know why those sects were wiped out overnight, but he also determined the rules of the unknown existence in the void. As long as both parties did not establish some kind of special agreement, Ning Qi believed that the unknown existence would not attack ordinary cultivators on its own. Just like that day in the ancient star pavilion, the Black Hand only threatened Ning Qi but did not cause any harm to him. It's not enough. To create a divine king, the sacrifice of hundreds of ultimate gods is far from enough. The Phoenix King smiled bitterly. We put in so much effort and even sacrificed the lives of hundreds of ultimate gods. But the unknown existence did not give us any benefits. As long as the sacrifices are not enough, it would mean that the ceremony has failed and the sacrifices before would be given to it for free. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 4022. The Phoenix King remained silent for a long time after finishing his last sentence. Ning Qi could imagine. Many, many years ago, because King Qilin and the others established contact with the unknown existence in the void, all the top sects in Shenlua world suffered a bloodbath overnight. As a result, all the top sects in Shenlua world were massacred overnight. In the end, only King Qilin and the others were left. They were not the top experts in Shenlua world and became the only hierarch experts in Shenlua world. Although they didn't achieve their goal of creating a divine king, because of this accident, they became the true controllers of the Shenlua realm. Even the lightning tribulations of ordinary cultivators were sent down by them. Whoever wanted to advance had to go through them. Otherwise, they would be considered dark cultivators and not be accepted by the orthodox cultivators. After such a long time, it was normal for arrogant existences like Councilman White Dragon and Councilman Titan to appear. Did you guys try to contact that terrifying existence again? Ning Qi asked. The Phoenix King shook his head. We wouldn't dare. There are only a dozen godly, venerable experts left. If we tried to contact that existence again, it wouldn't be able to help us reach our goal. Instead, our lives might be threatened. Hence, we haven't tried to contact it since then. You guys are smart. That existence doesn't even have intelligence. It only follows certain rules. If you guys tried to contact it again, we might not be able to stand here and chat anymore. Ning Qi smiled. Sir, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Next, we should fulfill. Wait. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. One last question. What are you guys busy with now? What do you mean busy with? The Phoenix King was slightly stunned. Don't tell me you guys have nothing to do. If that's the case, your real bodies would have arrived long ago. Even if you couldn't kill me, you wouldn't only send your clones to contact me. Ning Qi smiled. The Phoenix King shook his head. If you want to know, join the Holy Assembly and become a councilman. I can make the decision to bring you to see what we're busy with. Otherwise, I won't tell you no matter what. The other councilmen agree with me. Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, then so be it. Ning Chi smiled. You have 5 quotas now. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. Bring them here. I'm going back to the Fortune Divine Domain. I don't know if the Fortune Divine Domain has undergone similar changes during this period of time. If I don't go back and take a look, I won't feel at ease. Today, the Phoenix King was slightly startled and hesitantly said, Can we wait for a period of time? There's no fixed time for our deal, so I can only make the decision. Let's do it today. If you miss the time, I'll take it that you've given up the 5 quotas. Ning Chi laughed. Damn it. He's just messing with us. Sooner or later, I will personally beat him into minced meat and feed him to the dogs. Representative Titan could not help but slam the table and roar. The other counselors looked at each other and ignored the Titan counselor. Instead, they looked at King Qilin. We only have 5 slots now, and he only agreed to bring 6th-step cultivators into the creation divine territory. King Qilin, how should we distribute these 5 slots now? I want a spot. My clone was destroyed by him. This is what I deserve. Representative Titan said. Representative Titan, your clone was destroyed because you were too hot-tempered. Speaking of which, if you didn't leave a bad impression on him, he might have joined our holy assembly long ago. The quotas are endless. At the very least, we won't be like this with only 5 slots. A counselor sneered. The counselor's entire body was shrouded in black mist, as if he did not have a real body. The black mist in the direction of his face would condense into a hideous face from time to time. Each time, the face would look very different. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes it was a woman, sometimes it was an old man, sometimes it was a child. Sometimes it was a smile, and sometimes it was a crying face. It was like a reincarnation that was practicing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Old man, how I do things is none of your business. Representative Titan sneered. Don't forget that you're just a soul that escaped from the reincarnation of myriad realms. You don't have any clansmen, and you don't even have a real identity. You're sitting here today because of the reincarnation of myriad realms. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'd have reincarnated a long time ago. Perhaps you'd be a pig, a dog, a cow, or a sheep. No matter what, I'm sure you won't even be able to achieve the 4th step, let alone the ultimate God realm. Representative Titan, do you want to fight with me? I haven't fought for a long time. Perhaps I can have a good meal with your soul. Representative Spirit Ghost, ignore Titan. King Qilin glanced at Senator Titan coldly. If you were to stir up any more trouble and destroy the peace and stability of the Parliament, I will personally execute you so that you will never be able to reincarnate. With this tomb of the King of God, you should believe that I can do that. Representative Titan seemed to have thought of a certain function of the Divine King's tomb when he heard that. A hint of fear flashed through his eyes. He wanted to retort, but he did not say anything in the end. He snorted coldly and lowered his head. There are 5 places. My Qilin clan doesn't need it. There are quite a number of my Qilin clan in the Divine Realm. King Qilin laughed at himself and looked at King Phoenix. 1 for you. Thank you. King Phoenix nodded slightly. 1 for you. King Qilin looked at Representative Titan. Senator Titan nodded with a displeased expression. You. King Qilin looked at Representative Tongtian and hesitated. Logically speaking, there was no reason to give him such a precious place. After all, Representative Tongtian had just joined the Holy Council and had yet to make any contributions. I don't need it. Representative Tongtian in a gray robe smiled faintly. At least you know what's good for you. Representative Titan sneered. No one told you. You talk too much. Just shut up. Representative Tongtian looked at him. Representative Titan was enraged. Just as he was about to scold him, He realized that he could not open his mouth, no matter what he did. Counselor Tongtian looked at him with a faint smile. When everyone saw this, they were all gloating over his misfortune. But at the same time, they looked at Representative Tongtian with shock and doubt. To be able to make Representative Titan speechless, this method was indeed mysterious. This showed that Representative Tongtian's strength was much stronger than what he looked like on the surface. Representative Tongtian, how long will it take for him to speak? King Phoenix smiled. About a year. Representative Tongtian smiled. Great. King Phoenix clapped and laughed. Representative Titan calmed down instead. His eyes were gloomy and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 4023. In less than a day, the Phoenix King appeared in front of Ningqi with 5 young cultivators. Among them were the great emperors of the Vermilion Bird clan and the Titan clan. In the past, Ningqi could not treat these great emperors as youngsters. However, at his current cultivation realm, even 9th transformation great emperors were considered juniors among juniors in his eyes. These 5 great emperors were usually secretive in front of their clansmen. They were old ancestors who had accumulated power for many years. However, in front of Ningqi, the 5 of them did not dare to raise their heads to look at Ningqi after the Phoenix King's reminder. They could only lower their heads in silence and occasionally look at Ningqi curiously. Are you sure it's them? Ningqi smiled at the Phoenix King. I'm sure. The Phoenix King nodded. All right. Then I'll bring them into the Fortune Divine Realm. However, I'll say the ugly words first. I don't care what your holy assembly plans to do in the Fortune Divine Realm. If your actions conflict with my plans, then I'll have no choice but to take action. Ningqi said seriously. The 5 great emperors were a little nervous when they heard that. The mission they received was very simple. They were to try their best to get in touch with the hierarch realm experts in the creation divine realm and look for opportunities to pave the way for the Supreme Saint Parliament after the myriad heavens world had merged, so that the Holy Assembly could have a chance of survival in the great calamity. Don't worry, their mission is simple. They won't conflict with you. If there's a conflict, you can take action. The Phoenix King smiled. All right. Ningqi nodded. Wait here for me. Please. The Phoenix King nodded, and a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes. She also wanted to see how Ningqi was going to send them into the creation sacred domain. She might even get some inspiration from it. Whoosh! Ningqi grabbed and disappeared with the 5 great emperors before King Phoenix's eyes. The 5 of them felt their vision turn black, and they arrived in another world. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still excited when they really breathed in the air of the creation's sacred domain. They did not dare to make a decision and looked at Ningqi cautiously. Follow me. There's something I need to tell you. Ningqi smiled and walked out of the courtyard. The 5 of them hurriedly followed. Not long after, the Vermilion Bird, Great Emperor's gaze was attracted by Emperor Lu. Then, their gazes landed on a familiar figure on Emperor Lu. The 5 great emperors were all experts from various clans and were only one step away from becoming an ultimate god. Therefore, they were very familiar with the Azure Dragon. They were the top experts of their generation when the ultimate gods were not around. Is that Azure Dragon? It's him. His cultivation seems to have fallen to the 5th step. I heard the rumor that the Azure Dragon clan has been annihilated. I didn't expect the Azure Dragon to be here. His cultivation has dropped and he seems to be imprisoned. Could it be? The crowd looked at Ningqi with an additional tinge of indescribable fear in their eyes. The Azure Dragon immediately turned his head when he saw the 5 great emperors of the Vermilion Bird clan. He didn't want to be seen by these fellow Taoists that he used to sit with, brew tea, and discuss the Tao with. However, Qinglong could still feel those gazes constantly sweeping over his body. The humiliation in his heart was like a tidal wave, surging wave after wave. There's no need to look. He is the Azure Dragon clan's young clan chief, Azure Dragon. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The 5 great emperors hurriedly looked away and didn't dare to look at Azure Dragon. They weren't fools. From Azure Dragon's current situation, they could already deduce what had happened to him during this period of time. When they thought about how Azure Dragon, whose cultivation was almost the same as theirs, had his cultivation as a martial emperor and was imprisoned in the body of a willow demon, they felt a chill down their spines when they thought about how many years he would have to stay in this state. Then they saw the heavenly court and the Hague City Lord kneeling on the side of the soaring heaven palace of the golden arches. They saw the eternal god sex prodigy, Lin Xan, sweeping the ground outside the soaring heaven palace of the golden arches. They saw the countless great emperors passing by and bowing to Ning Qi. They were even more shocked. You should thank the representatives from the Holy Assembly, such as the Phoenix King, for being able to come here today. Ning Qi smiled at the 5 of them. Junior understands. The 5 of them hurriedly nodded. It's not easy to come here. In the future, when the myriad realms fuse, the creation's sacred territory will definitely become the #1 domain. If you can find some benefits for yourselves during this period of time, even if there's a war in the future, you'll have a better chance of survival. Therefore, don't do things that I don't like. Or, you can inform the heavenly court when you're doing these things. If I allow it, you can do it. If I don't allow it, don't do it again. Do you understand? Understood. The 5 of them lowered their heads and secretly felt that Ning Qi's approach was very overbearing and somewhat conflicted with the mission given to them by the Holy Assembly. However, when they thought about how even the Supreme Saint Parliament could not touch the creation divine territory, and how the newly ascended ultimate God in front of them already had an extremely powerful force in the creation divine territory, they knew what they should do. If that's the case, go. Ning Qi waved his hand. The 5 of them hurriedly bowed and were about to leave when Ning Qi's voice rang in their ears. Divine Lord Quicksand, don't contact him. I have a grudge against him. Yes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and hurriedly nodded. After watching them leave, Ning Qi's figure moved and returned to the small courtyard. Seeing Ning Qi disappear in front of her eyes with the 5 juniors of the Holy Assembly, the Phoenix King hurriedly used her divine telekinesis to sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy around her. However, she found that there was not even a trace of remnant spiritual energy fluctuation around her. It was as if Ning Qi had not used any spells and had directly disappeared into thin air with the 5 of them. Disappeared into thin air? Impossible. The Phoenix King frowned slightly. Since she stepped onto the path of cultivation, she knew that no matter how exquisite a spell was, there would always be spiritual energy fluctuations, even if the fluctuations were very subtle. What are you looking at? Ning Qi smiled. The Phoenix King was slightly shocked and then turned around with a strange expression on her face. She looked at Ning Qi and said, Even I can't detect a trace of your technique. There are some things that even ultimate gods can't understand. Take me, for example. There are always some things that I can't see through. This means that even if I stand on the 7th step of the path of cultivation, it's still not enough to see through all the mountains. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The Phoenix King thought Ning Qi was laughing at her for overestimating herself. Although her expression was not very good, she did not say anything. In fact, she did not know what Ning Qi was referring to. Rumble. The Phoenix King's eyes moved as she looked into the distance. It seems like another place of change has appeared. Chapter 4024. Before the Phoenix King noticed the commotion, Ning Qi had already sensed it. The change this time seemed to be a little big, unlike the Federal Empire's previous silent appearance in Shenlua World. When Ning Qi's divine consciousness scanned the place where the change took place, his expression suddenly became strange. A few breaths later, the Phoenix King also looked at Ning Qi with a strange gaze. This is... The Phoenix King was a little uncertain. 9 realms among the myriad realms. Ning Qi's expression was a little solemn. It was too magical. If such a technique had been used on him, he would probably have been killed without him noticing. If it were any other cultivator, he would probably have to reach the 9th step divine Lord realm to make the 9 realms of the myriad realms descend into Shenluo world silently, right? It's indeed the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Even 7th step cultivators like us are like ants in front of the heavenly ways technique. The Phoenix King looked up into the sky with a strange expression. It might not be difficult for a 7th step cultivator to make a planet silently descend into Shenluo world. However, even a 4 tribulation ultimate god could not do it. Perhaps a divine king could do it, but an entire universe? 2 universes? 3 universes? There were worlds equivalent to 9 universes descending into Shenluo world. Although there were big and small worlds among them, such a technique was like a 7th step cultivator in the eyes of mortals. Ning Qi and the Phoenix King could not imagine the terrifying power contained within. Shenluo Mystic Land, Celestial World, Netherworld. Among the 9 small worlds that descended into Shenluo world, there were 3 that Ning Qi was familiar with. Those 3 small worlds were also the weakest among them. The current state of the celestial world was a little strange, as though it had already merged with another small world before descending into Shenluo world. Wherever Ning Qi's divine consciousness scanned, it was filled with the smell of war. Wait. Ning Qi's eyes suddenly focused as his divine consciousness instantly locked onto a certain corner of the celestial world. That was where Earth was located. Fortunately, the flames of war haven't spread to this place. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Earth was not damaged at all, but even if it was, with Ning Qi's current cultivation level, he could still use God's grace to turn back time. It was also Tai Li. First, it was the Federal Empire. Then, it was the arrival of a few strange countries. This time, a total of 9 small worlds suddenly appeared. It immediately made the great emperors, who had just received Ning Qi's order and were in charge of maintaining order in Tai Li, shudder with fear. Countless cultivators stood in the void and looked at the endless land in front of them. Even if they wanted to reach the end with their spiritual will, it would take tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. In a certain sect, from the sect leader to the servants and disciples, everyone stood in front of the sect leader's main hall, looking ahead with a deep gaze. On the opposite side of the sect master's hall, there used to be a mountain peak that was used to store the sect's cultivation technique manuals. There were also many rare spirit materials that disciples could exchange for with merit points or contribution points. This mountain could be said to be the second most important mountain in the sect after the main peak. However, just now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the mountain had disappeared. Sect leader, the appearance of the Federal Empire previously was also like this. They forcefully separated the boundary that originally belonged to one place. An elder said with a solemn expression, "Great elder, you mean our sutra depository and mission hall have now followed the mountain peak to the other side of this land of change?" The sect leader touched his chin, and a trace of a pondering expression appeared on his face. "You can say that." The elder nodded slightly. "But the land of change this time is different from before, right? With my cultivation at the perfected 5th step, I spent a full hour, and my spiritual will still can't reach the end." The sect leader muttered. "The territory this time should be very wide. How about this? We send a few disciples to investigate. It would be best if we can retrieve our sutra depository as soon as possible. There are still many elders, deacons, and disciples there." The great elder suggested, "Let's do that. Just in case, choose a few of the more outstanding geniuses." The sect leader said, "Sect leader, let us go." A total of 4 disciples stood up. The disciples below looked at the 4 of them with respect and admiration in their eyes. These 4 people were the 4 great Vajras of the sect. Not only were they extremely talented, but their cultivation was also extremely high. They had already reached the rebirth state at such a young age. They were only half a step away from reaching the 5th step and becoming experts at the elder level. All right, the 4 of you. A few years later, 4 figures stumbled along a deserted land. Senior brother, how long have we been out? 5,000 years. No, it's 4,978 years. If we turn back now, forget it. It will take so many years to go back. I want to know how big this place is and where the end is. The arrival of the 9 small worlds had increased the size of the tiny land by at least 1/10. Without the teleportation formation, it would take a long time for an ordinary cultivator to travel from the other side of the 9 small worlds to the other end, unless they were a great emperor. Otherwise, it would take a long time for anyone below the 6th step. Ningqi and the Phoenix King appeared in the void together and scanned the area with their spiritual will. This was different from the previous rough scan. This time, Ningqi's spiritual will was like flowing water that flowed through every living being and every inch of land. Not even an ant was spared. Your Excellency, I have completed my task and will take my leave first. As for the changes in Shenlua world, since you are also at the 7th step, please help the Supreme Saint Council take care of it. The Phoenix King cupped his hands and disappeared on the spot. As a member of the Supreme Saint Council, only the appearance of the creation divine territory would make her take it seriously. As for the other small worlds, the Phoenix King had no interest in them at all. In the original Langya immortal domain of the celestial world, a giant ape that was as large as a planet was holding a giant rod and standing in front of a large group of black dots. Behind the giant ape, there were also countless living beings. These living beings came in all sorts of shapes and sizes. There were humans and demons, and their auras were extraordinary. However, perhaps it was because of the continuous battles, but every single one of them had a hint of fatigue on their faces. The golden fur on the giant ape's body swayed gently like waves of wheat as it breathed. It remained motionless as it stared at the opposite side. Suddenly, the crowd in the void on the opposite side parted, and a white-robed young man with a golden crown on his head slowly stepped out. The giant ape's expression changed slightly when he saw this young man. True martial realm. Martial Emperor Xiang? The giant ape's murmur was clearly heard by everyone. Great sage, you are the only one among your group of immortals who can fight. However, no matter how strong you are, you were still injured by my 8 martial venerables. What does this mean? Martial Tao is always stronger than your immortal Tao. Martial Emperor Xiang laughed softly. Chapter 4025. The All Heavens network in the world of immortals was in an uproar. Ever since the inexplicable emergence of the true martial domain and its complete integration with the immortal world had been facing the smoke of war that was not much worse than the invasion of the devil race. On the All Heavens live streaming platform, Brother Dog, who deserved to rank first in the number of fans, was now engaged in a suffocating battle that was about to begin. In the image, a giant ape, along with countless experts of the immortal world, was in a deadlock with the number 1 expert of the true martial realm, Emperor Xiang. My loyal fans, what you see now is the number 1 expert in the immortal realm, Senior Great Sage. Behind him are many Tao querying realm experts. These experts were once very famous in the immortal realm. Holding the All-Heaven Talisman in his hand, Guzi was doing the live broadcast excitedly. On the live broadcast, there were countless bullet screens. I saw the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, Senior Xingyue. She seemed to have had an unknown experience with Senior Beixian. Senior Xingyue managed to surpass the immortal emperor realm and reach the 3rd step in such a short time. This must have something to do with Senior Beixian. Senior King Yama has also appeared. This battle is very important. I don't know whether Senior Great Sage can defeat Martial Emperor Xiang. If he loses, then our immortals of the immortal world will have to bow down to this group of martial artists of the true martial world in the future. Don't boost the morale of others. Senior Great Sage's strength is unprecedented. I heard that he has already stepped into the 4th step. Emperor Xiang is definitely not a match for him. Not necessarily. Some time ago, Senior Great Sage was besieged by the 8 martial saints under Martial Monarch Xiang's command and was also injured. However, none of the 8 martial saints were injured or killed. This shows that Martial Monarch Xiang's strength is above Senior Great Sage's. In Guzi's live streaming room, similar comments were flashing across the screen. The posts on the All Heavens forum were also being refreshed at a speed of hundreds of thousands per second. It could be said that this battle involved the hearts of all the immortals in the immortal world. In the battle between immortals and martial cultivators, the outcome of which Tao was the strongest would be revealed today. Brother Dog, quickly look around and see if you notice anything different. Hey, I also noticed that something was wrong. Occasionally, 1 or 2 comments would sweep across the screen, but it did not attract the attention of most people. Emperor Xiang, you'll never know where the end of the immortal Tao lies. Even if I lose today, I can't prove that the martial Tao is stronger than the immortal Tao. There's someone who can crush you with just a finger. The golden-furred ape grinned. How arrogant. He killed Xiang Wu Huang with a finger? Do you immortals only know how to daydream? The experts of the true martial world burst into laughter when they heard this. However, the immortals in the live broadcast room suddenly remembered a figure. In a certain era, that figure was a godlike figure in the All Heavens live streaming platform. Brother Dog, who was an unknown streamer, became the #1 streamer in the All Heavens live streaming platform, was also thanks to that figure. Great Sage, are you talking about Senior Beixian? Is Senior Beixian more powerful than Senior Great Saint? The bullet screen became frantic again. As Brother Dog held the All Heaven talisman in his hand, a figure also appeared in his mind. His eyes were filled with memories. Unlike his subordinates, Emperor Xiang didn't mock the golden ape. Instead, he asked in a serious tone, "Is there really such a person in the immortal world?" "Not bad," the golden-furred ape said lightly. "Where is he?" Emperor Xiang glanced at the immortals. Many immortals who had experienced several battles and had internal injuries felt like a mountain was pressing down on them when his gaze swept past them. Their injuries instantly worsened, and they were shocked by the strength of martial Emperor Xiang. "He is no longer in this world," the golden-furred ape said with a smile. "Oh." Xiang Wu Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. Then he looked at the golden ape in disappointment and said, "Great Sage, the true martial world and the immortal world will be equal as long as you survive 10 of my punches. If you die, there will be no immortal world in the future. All the immortals will have to turn to martial arts cultivation." As soon as he said that, the All Heavens forum and the All Heavens live streaming platform were in an uproar. The traitors of the true martial world want to cut off the immortal Tao. This is too overbearing. The immortal world cannot lose this battle. 10 punches to kill Senior Great Saint. How arrogant. Brother Go, don't let your hands tremble. My dog fans, the aftermath of this battle will spread for thousands of miles. I can only run away. If I get too close, I will be smashed to pieces. Seeing that the battle was about to start, Go held the All Heaven talisman and immediately turned into a streamer of light, hiding far away. Fortunately, the live broadcast could be magnified many times, so it was still very clear. 10 punches. The golden-furred ape laughed strangely. I don't have the habit of standing and waiting to be hit. Emperor Xiang, since you want to fight, don't hold back. Show me your true strength. The next moment, he held his staff and struck in the direction of Emperor Xiang. You overestimate yourself. Martial Emperor Xiang chuckled. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and appeared directly under the rod. With one hand behind his back, He used his other hand to lightly touch the rod. Bang! A loud noise. The staff instantly turned into powder. This is the first punch. Emperor Xiang Wu smiled faintly. The comments stopped, and the posts on the All-Heaven Forum stopped refreshing. Countless immortals saw this scene and their hearts sank. With just one move, Emperor Xiang had shattered the magic treasure of the strongest expert in the immortal world. Moreover, he had done it so easily. Even a fool could see the gap between the two. The golden-furred ape's eyes became serious. Even so, his fighting spirit didn't diminish. Even if the magic treasure was broken, he still had his fist. With a roar, the golden-furred ape punched towards Emperor Xiang. Martial monarch Xiang chuckled and punched out as well. The fist that was as large as a mountain collided with the fist that was as small as an ant. However, a terrifying shockwave erupted and swept out in all directions. Crack! The golden-furred giant ape's right arm was broken with a loud sound. The bones broke through the flesh, and golden blood continuously dripped down. This scene made the experts of the true martial world laugh out loud. Their laughter was full of contempt and contempt. There was no movement from the immortal world. Dog fans, the situation doesn't look good. Go muttered to himself. At this moment, no immortal was in the mood to post comments. They all looked at the scene in front of them and fell into silence. This is the second punch. Emperor Xiang looked at the golden-furred ape with a faint smile. Great sage, your strength is not bad. An ordinary immortal would die after taking one punch from me. Why don't you consider abandoning the immortal world and joining the martial world? If you are willing to worship me as your master, I can teach you the martial way scripture. Hiss! Many warriors of the true martial world sucked in a breath of cold air. The 8 revered martial artists under the command of Emperor Xiang looked at each other with ugly expressions. The martial way scripture was a peerless divine technique that they had always dreamed of, but Emperor Xiang had never considered teaching it to them. Now he wanted to teach it to this monkey. Chapter 4026. Let's not talk about abandoning immortality for martial arts. You want to be my master? The golden ape snickered. Xiang Wu frowned slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. The experts of the realm of true martial arts behind him glared angrily at the giant golden-furred ape. Although the 8 revered martial artists were angry, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the golden ape agreed, their positions as the 8 martial venerables would be shaken. They would have to bow down to the golden ape in the future. I really hope that I can see your master one day, but that day shouldn't be too far away. True martial world can fuse with your immortal world. It seems that the day when the heavens and 10,000 worlds will fuse with each other is not far away. Xiang Wu Emperor said faintly. At that time the glory of martial arts will spread throughout the heavens and 10,000 worlds. Arrogant, too arrogant. If Senior Beixian was here, we wouldn't be afraid of him. The live broadcast room was filled with curses. Even King Yama and the others behind the golden ape frowned slightly. They all felt that martial monarch Xiang was too arrogant and condescending. He wanted his so-called martial arts to spread across the heavens. It wouldn't matter if he had such strength, but King Yanluo and the others knew that there was a realm above the immortal realm called Shenluo. That place was filled with powerful cultivators. Even Emperor Xiang would be no match for them. At the same time, Emperor Feng and the others hovered in the sky above the 9 realms. Their expressions turned strange. This kid is so arrogant. He wants to spread his martial arts across the heavens? He's just a rebirth state cultivator. The Black Wind cave master rubbed his chin. He's just a frog in a well. Emperor Yu shook his head with a smile. Should we teach him a lesson? Someone suggested. Master told us to maintain order here. Do you want us to break the rules? Master might be watching us from somewhere. Emperor Wei snorted. The great emperor who suggested to make a move immediately felt a chill down his spine. He immediately shut his mouth and kept quiet. Your martial arts glory won't be able to spread across the heavens. The golden ape shook his head. Xiang Wu Emperor smiled and punched the void. This punch landed on the giant golden ape without any warning. Bang! The golden-furred ape's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. Monkey! King Yanlua's expression changed. He immediately flew forward, wanting to catch the golden-furred ape. Emperor Xiang looked coldly at King Yanluo. A terrifying power surged out of the void and bombarded King Yanluo's body. Puff! King Yama spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew into the crowd of immortals. This is the third punch. The Xiang Wu monarch didn't even look at the king of hell. Instead, his gaze fell on the giant golden ape. The fourth punch, the fifth punch, the sixth punch. Time seemed to stop, whether it was the immortals at the scene or those watching the live stream. They all felt a sense of despair as they watched the golden-furred great ape being unable to fight back against martial Emperor Xiang. His aura continued to drop, and the vitality in his eyes was about to dissipate. The last punch will kill you. The Xiang Wu monarch looked at the golden-furred great ape, who no longer looked like a monkey. The golden-furred great ape's body was almost twisted, but he still clenched his teeth and used his last breath to stand in the void. Hearing the Xiang Wu monarch's words, the golden-furred great ape grinned. His blood-stained fangs looked like a bloody mouth. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later. Unfortunately, I don't have much time in this life. You don't have to die, as long as you accept me as your master. The Xiang Wu monarch said. In the entire realm of true force, no one could make him take the initiative to accept a disciple, and that was after being rejected once. Similarly, in the entire realm of true force, he had never seen anyone like the golden-furred great ape, who exuded a natural aura of martial arts. This was a natural talent for martial arts, and a natural warrior. It could help him conquer territories in the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds. I told you, you're not qualified to be my master. The golden-furred great ape grinned. Then I'll kill you. When I see your master in the future, I'll kill him. The Xiang Wu monarch smiled and slowly raised his right hand. His palm suddenly emitted thousands of rays of golden light, and a powerful aura rose, making the mortals behind the golden-furred great ape shudder. This punch was probably going to kill all the immortals present. Let's go. The Xiang Wu monarch smiled and punched out. All that was left in everyone's eyes was a golden light. It's over. The live broadcast room was silent. The All Heavens Forum was dead silent. Just as the golden light was about to fall on the golden-furred great ape, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. Then, as if swatting away a fly, the golden light disappeared. Wukong, you're a bit weak. Ning Qi smiled. The golden-furred great ape stared at Ning Qi. Master. Master. The Xiang Wu monarch's eyes focused on Ning Qi, his eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch, but the opponent had easily blocked it. This meant that the opponent was extremely powerful. It was likely that the opponent was no weaker than him. Besides the Xiang Wu monarch, the martial artists of the true martial realm were also shocked. He's back. Brother Go, who had prepared to escape, stared at Ning Qi blankly. The bullet screen on the All Heavens live streaming platform went from dead silence to filling up in an instant. On the other hand, the eyes of the immortals present converged on Ning Qi in unison. They were first surprised, and then they surged with wild joy. It's really him. Xing Yue looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. The faces of Emperor Feng and the others who had been paying attention to the situation gradually stiffened. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Master? They had never imagined that the monkey being beaten up was Ning Qi's disciple. If that was the case, then he's our senior brother? The Black Wind Cave Lord was dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Great Empress Feng shouted softly and her figure turned into a stream of light. When the group of great emperors saw that, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They all turned into flowing lights and headed towards Ningqi. A few moments later, one figure after another appeared behind Ningqi. "Master, we didn't know he was our senior brother and did not help in time. Please forgive us, Master." Emperor Feng and the others cupped their hands. "You didn't know about this." Ningqi smiled and waved his hand, then smiled at the monkey. "Your injuries are a bit severe. Even if you didn't throw the 10th punch, you probably won't live for long. I'm satisfied to be able to see Master before I die." The giant ape chuckled, happy like a child. Ningqi shook his head. With a thought, the immortals of the immortal world and the martial artists of the true martial realm watched in shock as the giant ape's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the giant ape had recovered to a state that was even better than before. There were no injuries on his body at all. Chapter 40:27. This. Goku looked down at his body, dumbfoundedly. Others might not be able to determine how serious his injuries were just now, but he knew very well about it. This kind of injury couldn't be healed at all. He was only able to speak because he was on his last breath. But in the blink of an eye, his injuries had healed. "Thank you, Master." Goku cupped his hands and bowed, a hint of joy in his eyes. The immortals on the scene calmed down when they saw the scene. They waved their hands to interrupt Martial Emperor Xiang's attack, and healed the great sage's injuries in the blink of an eye. This was enough to prove that the battle between the immortal world and the true force world had an obvious outcome. Impossible. Martial Emperor Xiang muttered to himself. He knew more about Goku's injuries than Goku. Even if he were to help, it would take a long time to heal the other party. During this time, he would also need to use the martial Tao Sutra. The true martial realms warriors behind Martial Emperor Xiang looked a bit more serious. Ningqi still didn't look at Martial Emperor Xiang. Instead, he waved at the Void, and King Yama, who had been severely injured by Martial Emperor Xiang, appeared in front of Ningqi. "Huh, my injury." King Yanluo opened his eyes, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Was he dreaming? He remembered that he had been severely injured by Martial Emperor Xiang and fainted. How did he recover in the blink of an eye? Soon, King Yama sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. He subconsciously looked up. "Beishian?" King Yama looked at Ningqi in shock. "Yama, if I had come a bit later, you would have had to put your name on the Book of Life and Death." Ningqi smiled. King Yama's eyes flashed with shame, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and said in surprise, "You came back from Shenluo Realm." "It's not that I came back from Shenluo Realm, but the Immortal Realm has now merged with Shenluo Realm. Haven't you guys noticed this?" Ningqi smiled. The Immortal Realm had merged with Shenluo Realm? Goku, King Yama, Xingyue, and the millions of immortals present, as well as the countless immortals watching the live broadcast, were all shocked by this. If Ningqi hadn't mentioned this, they wouldn't have realized the truth, even though they had a strange feeling. After Ningqi's reminder, everyone suddenly discovered many differences. In the All Heavens live streaming platform, many live streamers went online and recorded their discoveries. Senior Beishian is right. My backyard is gone. Look, it has turned into a city. My God, there are so many powerful cultivators in this city. A golden immortal who had just arrived at the backyard saw that he was less than 10 miles away from the gate of a city. Before, this was his backyard, and there were many spiritual herbs planted there. Now, the backyard was gone, and so were the spiritual herbs. Instead, there was a city. Apart from that, there were many cultivators who walked out of the city. They were sizing up the golden immortal with strange gazes. "Look, there's a mountain behind my immortal cave. There seem to be many cultivators on the mountain, and a sutra depository. I also feel that something is wrong here, except for these live streamers. 20 to 30% of the comments in Brother Goes live streaming platform were similar. However, most of the immortals couldn't sense the difference in a short period of time because they were in the center of the celestial realm. Even so, if they took a few more steps, they would realize that the planet they were originally on had become flat and was no longer a sphere. Shenluo Realm. The legendary Shenluo Realm. Brother Go mumbled to himself. His eyes turned from confusion to ecstasy. Brother Go, what kind of place is Shenluo Realm? 99% of the immortals didn't even know what Shenluo Realm was. But Brother Go was different. He might have been a small character in the past, but now that he was the top live streamer on All Heaven's live streaming platform, he had made many powerful friends and learned many secrets. My loyal fans, your good days are here. Do you know what Shenluo Realm is? This is the celestial realm in the hearts of mortals, and the celestial realm in the hearts of immortals. The spirit chi in this realm is abundant, and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. You can easily break through bottlenecks in Shenluo Realm. Go and take a look at the other live streaming platforms. There are already many cultivators who are no weaker than the great sage. This is definitely Shenluo Realm. So, it's not that Senior Beishian has returned to the deity realm, but our deity realm has come to the world that Senior Beishian is in. No way. The deity realm in the minds of mortals? The deity realm in the minds of immortals? Damn, Brother Go is definitely telling the truth. I'm going to start a live stream now. Come and take a look, I can prove it. In a certain live streaming platform, a sky immortal held All Heaven's talisman and pointed it at a spirit fruit that was glowing red. He said excitedly, "Did you see that? There's a mountain behind my house, and there's a spirit fruit that's filled with spirit chi growing on the mountain. I even suspect that if I eat it, I can even become an immortal emperor." 666. Brother, you can't eat such an unknown spirit fruit. Sell it to me, and I'll do some research on it. I'm a Daluo golden deity. Daluo golden deity? Get lost, I'm a Tai. Sell the spirit fruit to me, and I'll pay whatever price you want. Similar scenes kept happening. Xingyue put down the All Heaven's talisman and smiled. The crisis in True Force Realm was nothing. If the deity realm really came to Shenluo Realm, it would be an opportunity for all the deities in the deity realm. It's really Shenluo Realm? King Yanluo stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. It's true. Let me introduce you. These are the great emperors of Tai Li Land. Ning Qi smiled and pointed at Great Monarch Feng and the others. Great emperors? Could they be immortal emperors? Everyone had the same question, but they didn't dare to ask. The great emperors of Shenluo Realm are different from those in the deity realm. Immortal emperors are only at the second step, while great emperors are at the sixth step. Ning Qi smiled. The sixth step, the immortals who knew about it gasped. Even the demon ancestor was only at the fourth step, right? Goku suddenly remembered that Great Monarch Feng and the others had called Ning Qi their master. Are you guys done catching up? Emperor Xiang, who had been ignored by everyone, asked. He looked at Ning Qi. You're the great sage's master? Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. I thought the great sage was exaggerating, but it seems like he wasn't lying. Emperor Xiang's eyes were filled with battle intent. As long as I kill you, the great sage will have no reason not to become my disciple. Great Monarch Feng and the others were speechless. Chapter 4028. You're serious? Ning Qi looked at Emperor Xiang with a strange expression. He suddenly realized that this guy's brain wasn't working well. It was no wonder that he had always wanted to spread the glory of martial arts across the universe. Even Ning Qi had never had such a great ambition. Of course I'm serious. Martial Monarch Xiang frowned slightly. Your immortal Dao spells are indeed unique, but I am also at the peak of martial arts in this world. Our cultivations should be about the same. With Master's cultivation level, he can crush you with one finger. Emperor Feng finally couldn't help but scold him. You're not qualified to talk to me. Emperor Xiang looked at Emperor Feng and said indifferently. The Black Wind Cave Master and the others held back their laughter. Their bodies trembled as if they were having a hard time. A rebirth state cultivator thought that a great emperor wasn't qualified to talk to him. It's so lively here. Suddenly, a voice exploded in everyone's ears. A chariot slowly appeared in the sky. The 9 dragons pulling the chariot emitted an aura no weaker than a 5th step cultivator. They didn't hide it at all. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Celestials in the celestial world felt a pressure 10 times heavier than what Emperor Xiang gave them. Behind the carriage were golden-armored warriors and fairies dressed in rainbow-colored feather garments. Their appearance was accompanied by the sound of gongs. What's going on? King Yama was dumbfounded. The auras of these golden-armored warriors weren't any weaker than Emperor Xiang's, and there were thousands of them. The auras of the 9 dragons pulling the carriage were even more terrifying, because Ning Qi and the others didn't let their auras leak out of their bodies. They felt stronger than Ning Qi and the others. Emperor Xiang frowned slightly. At that moment, another voice came from the carriage. I'm Tian Yi, the Supreme of the Martial Dao Realm. How should I address you? Martial Dao Realm? The immortal's expressions became even more strange. From the name, this person seemed to be a martial cultivator like Emperor Xiang. On the true martial realm side, every cultivator was shocked when they heard the words Martial Dao Realm. Martial Dao Realm? Could the legend be true? Does the martial Dao world really exist in this world? Rumor has it that when one cultivates to the pinnacle of the martial Dao, one can ascend to the martial Dao realm. But even martial monarchs can't ascend, so there shouldn't be a martial Dao realm in this world. The faces of the 8 martial highnesses behind martial monarch Xiang turned pale, but their eyes were filled with excitement. If the martial Dao world truly existed, then the martial monarch realm might not be the end of their path of martial arts. Trying to be mysterious, there is no martial Dao world in this world. Emperor Xiang's cold gaze fell upon the carriage, and he shouted angrily, How could a martial Dao world exist in this world? If there was, then what was he? This was impossible. He was the one and only martial arts expert in this world. After martial monarch Xiang berated him, the carriage suddenly fell silent. After several breaths of time, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out. He stood on the carriage with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes fell upon martial monarch Xiang indifferently. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. I'm very familiar with your aura. It seems you're a cultivator of the true martial realm. As one of the 9 lower realms of the martial Dao world, why don't you kneel and greet me? Tian Yi, the martial Dao world supreme, said with a faint smile. Kneel and greet him? Anger flashed in the eyes of the true martial realm's cultivators. Although they weren't sure of the old man's true identity, martial monarch Xiang was the only one in their hearts. How dare he ask martial monarch Xiang to kneel? This was too humiliating. Dog bite dog? These 3 words suddenly appeared in the minds of the immortals present. Dog fans, there's going to be a good show. Brother Go held the all-heaven talisman in his hand. At some point, he had already appeared not far from Ning Qi. He quietly looked at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes while adjusting the all-heaven talisman in his hand. The angle of the scene was quickly adjusted. The immortals of the immortal world saw Tian Yi, the supreme of the martial Dao world, confronting martial monarch Xiang in the air. Where did this guy come from? He looks even more domineering than martial monarch Xiang. The golden-armored warriors and the fairies behind him seemed to be very powerful. Brother Go, I can't really sense their auras from the live broadcast. How powerful are the 9 dragons pulling the chariot? I can only say that they're very powerful. Everyone just watch the show. No matter how powerful they are, they're definitely not as powerful as Senior Beishian. The corners of Brother Go's mouth rose slightly. He noticed Ning Qi Great Emperor Feng, and the others were extremely calm when Tian-yi, the paragon of the martial Tao world, appeared. They did not seem worried at all. Based on this, he could tell that Ning Qi's strength was definitely stronger than this old man's. Kneel and greet him? What a joke! Martial Monarch Xiang was so angry that he laughed. Then, in front of everyone, he turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Tian-yi. "How dare you!" A golden-armored warrior shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Martial Monarch Xiang. "Die!" Martial Monarch Xiang threw a punch. A hint of mockery flashed in the golden-armored warrior's eyes, and he also threw a punch. Bang! A terrifying shockwave rippled in all directions. With a thought from Ning Qi, an imperceptible barrier enveloped the crowd of immortals. The shockwave passed through the barrier and turned into a cool breeze. In the next moment, everyone saw that Martial Monarch Xiang and the golden-armored warrior were evenly matched. How is this possible? Martial Monarch Xiang's face showed a trace of shock. The experts of the true martial world also held their breaths. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Then, 3 more golden-armored warriors appeared around Xiangwu. The 4 golden-armored warriors attacked in an instant, and in less than a few breaths of time, they subdued Xiangwu and forced him to kneel in the void. The moment he knelt, Martial Monarch Xiang felt that his heart of martial arts had collapsed. Is Martial Monarch Xiang, who forced the celestial realm into such a state, so useless? The immortals in the live broadcast room fell silent. You overestimate yourself. Tian-yi, the supreme of the martial Tao realm, looked at Martial Monarch Xiang with a smile and said, "Lower realm martial artists like you are used to dominating the world. Do you really think that you are the strongest in the world?" Martial Monarch Xiang's lips moved. A trace of humiliation appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything in the end. He didn't know what to say. The martial artists of the true martial realm looked at this scene with despair on their faces. Greetings, senior from the upper realm. Chapter 4029. These traitors. Martial Monarch Xiang smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect the 8 martial venerables who had followed him for so many years to abandon him in the blink of an eye. When the rest of the true martial world's martial artists saw this, they hesitated for a moment before they knelt down to pay their respects to Tian-yi, the supreme being of the Tao martial world. Greetings, senior from the upper realm. Their voices reverberated in the air. Tian-yi, the supreme exalt of the martial Tao realm, revealed a smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "You may dispense with the formalities. The changes in the world this time have given the martial Tao realm a chance to unify all the heavens. In the future, the cultivators of the true martial realm can be my vanguard and help me conquer all the heavens." The cultivators from the true martial realm hurriedly agreed, but they felt a little strange. This wish originally belonged to Martial Monarch Xiang. However, they stole a glance at Martial Monarch Xiang, who was being held down by 4 golden-armored warriors and couldn't move in the air, and they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Why aren't you kneeling as well? Although you don't cultivate martial arts, you can still be my vanguard pawns. Tian-yi, the paragon of the martial Tao world, looked at Ning Qi and the others as he smiled and stroked his beard. Black Bear, Ning Qi said indifferently. The Black Wind Cave Master only reacted after a few breaths. He quickly took a step forward and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. "Master, you called for me? Aren't you the Black Bear spirit?" Ning Qi frowned. Yes. The Black Wind Cave Master smiled charmingly. Master's way of addressing me was too intimate, so I couldn't believe it. Bootlicker, Great Empress Feng, and the others cursed in their hearts. Let's get rid of this so-called supreme of the martial Tao realm, Tian-yi, and then make a trip to the martial Tao realm. As for the others, let's go to the other realms and tell them what's going on. Tell them to be obedient and not run around, lest they offend those imperishable realm cultivators and be destroyed with a flip of their hands. Ning Qi said indifferently, "Yes, master." When great Empress Feng and the others heard this, their figures flashed and disappeared on the spot. The Black Wind Cave's cave master turned to look at the martial Tao world's supreme exalt, Tian Yi, and said with a ferocious smile, "Did you hear what master said just now? An ant-like existence like you dares to ask us to kneel? How arrogant!" Tian Yi, the supreme exalt of the martial Tao world, chuckled. In the next moment, another 4 golden-armored warriors appeared in front of the Black Wind Cave's cave master and extended their hands to grab him. "Get lost!" The Black Wind Cave's cave master struck out with a backhand slap, and the 4 golden-armored warriors were directly smashed into minced meat, dying on the spot. Hiss! Martial Emperor Xiang sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened to the point that they were about to pop out of their sockets. His strength could only be on par with 1 golden-armored warrior, but his opponent had killed 4 golden-armored warriors with a single slap? How can he be so strong? Xiang Wu Emperor couldn't believe it, and his eyes fell on Ning Qi. If even his disciple was so strong, how strong must his master be? At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his face was on fire, and a sense of shame rose within him. When the immortals in the live streaming channel saw this, after a brief silence, the bullet screen surged like a volcano eruption. Too strong. Senior Beixian's disciple is so strong. What rubbish, Martial Emperor Xiang. Senior Beixian's disciple can crush him with 1 finger. Don't mention Martial Emperor Xiang. He's still kneeling right now. He's already defeated. Tian Yi, the honorable of the martial Tao world, looked at the Black Wind Cave's cave master with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. However, it was only a hint. His cultivation base was much stronger than the golden-armored warriors. Not to mention even 400 or 4,000 of them could be killed with a single slap. The Black Wind Cave's cave master's strength did not scare him. He was just a little surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a powerhouse outside the martial Tao world. "You're not bad. Your master should be even stronger. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to serve me, I'll let bygones be bygones." Tian Yi, the honorable of the martial Tao world, said with a smile, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you." The Black Wind Cave's cave master sighed. Tian Yi, the honorable of the martial Tao world, instantly left. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Black Wind Cave's cave master. "What's going on?" The honorable of the martial Tao world, Tian Yi, couldn't react in time. The 9 dragons that were pulling the chariot let out a terrifying roar. The Black Wind Cave's cave master waved his hand again. The heads of the 9 dragons instantly fell. The dragon corpses fell with the chariot. Don't waste the dragon blood. It's helpful for your cultivation base. Ning Qi reminded them. King Yanluo and Sun Wukong didn't have the time to express their shock at the Black Wind Cave's cave master's strength. They immediately took control of the falling dragon corpses and collected all the dragon blood. Honorable. The golden-armored warriors were stunned. The reverberating sound of gongs and drums stopped abruptly. The experts of the true martial world felt as if a stormy sea had been set off in their hearts. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. The legendary honorable of the martial Tao world couldn't defeat the immortals from the immortal world. "Aunt, are you awake now?" The Black Wind Cave's cave master grabbed Tian Yi's neck and grinned hideously. "No, it's not like that." Tian Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. "This must be some kind of illusion, right?" "Yes, it must be some kind of illusion." He felt that he had guessed the truth. He immediately closed his eyes. His aura kept rising until it exploded. "All illusions are nothing in front of me." Tian Yi, the supreme exalted of the martial Tao world, let out a loud bellow and opened his eyes once again. In the end, he discovered that he did not manage to break through the illusion before him. He was still being held by the neck by the other party. Countless people looked at him as if he was an idiot. Impossible. Why am I still here? Tian Yi's face gradually turned pale. A thought that even he didn't want to believe appeared in his mind. Was there really someone stronger than him in this world? Slap. The Black Wind Cave's cave master slapped him. Are you awake now? You dared to hit me. Tian Yi looked at the Black Wind Cave's cave master in disbelief. His well-maintained face turned red and swollen. Seems like you haven't woken up yet. The Black Wind Cave's cave master shook his head and slapped him again. Slap, slap, slap. After a few slaps, Tian Yi's mind became clearer. He knew that his guess might be true. In the myriad of worlds, there were existences stronger than him. Chapter 4030. Stop! Stop hitting me! Tian Yi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. His power had been sealed by the Black Wind Cave Lord. Apart from his slightly stronger body, he was no different from an ordinary person. After being slapped a few hundred times by the Black Wind Cave Lord, his face was swollen like a pig's head. The feeling of being immortal was gone. He could only use his last bit of strength to squeeze the last bit of air out of his burning throat. A sound. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Martial Emperor Xiang, who was kneeling in the air under the custody of the 4 golden armored warriors, slowly opened his mouth. He slowly opened his mouth, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes. The martial Dao realm was a legend in the true martial realm. It was one thing for them to see the experts of the martial Dao realm during the abnormal change. However, in the blink of an eye, the experts of the martial Dao realm had appeared. Even the experts of the immortal realm were suppressed by the experts of the immortal realm. Before this, the violent gang of the true martial realm, led by Martial Emperor Xiang, had almost driven the immortal realm to a dead end. Even the number 1 expert of the immortal realm was no match for Martial Emperor Xiang. The experience of stepping on the clouds, falling into the abyss, and then falling into the ground made the experts of the true martial realm break out in a cold sweat. Sweat. Master, how should we deal with him? The Black Wind Cave Lord looked at Ning Qi and asked respectfully. Such a respectful attitude was extraordinary. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Was he strong enough to easily suppress Tian Yi? However, he was so respectful towards Ning Qi. This could only mean that Ning Qi's cultivation was definitely a level higher than this expert's. Maybe even higher. Don't kill me, Tian Yi said weakly. They're quite strong. You can take them as slaves. You can use them to manage the martial Dao realm and the true martial realm. That way, there won't be any chaos. Ning Qi said calmly. Slaves? Everyone's expressions became strange. Tian Yi heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he thought about how he was going to become someone else's slave, he couldn't help but feel humiliated. When Martial Monarch Xiang heard those 2 words, his heart stirred. Could it be that he would also be taken as a slave? The number 1 expert of the true martial realm, who had almost conquered the immortal realm, was going to be someone else's slave? This, since Master has spoken, we can only do so. The Black Wind Cave's cave master looked at Tian Yi in disdain. Did you hear what Master said? From now on, you will call me your master. All right. Yes, Master. Tian Yi hurriedly tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Given the current situation, the most important thing was to survive. He wouldn't even be able to become a dog, much less a slave. You, and you. The Black Wind Cave's master beckoned to Martial Emperor Xiang. The 4 golden armored warriors were immediately sent flying, while Martial Monarch Xiang was pulled to the front of the Black Wind Cave master by a force. I don't need to say more, right? The Lord of the Black Wind Cave looked at Martial Emperor Xiang and said calmly, And Master! Martial Monarch Xiang's lips moved as he spat out these 2 words with great difficulty. When the cultivators of the martial Tao realm and the true martial realm saw this scene, they understood in their hearts that from today onwards, the two great martial realms could only fight against the immortals. The upper realm bowed its head in submission. Emperor Xiang didn't even dare to look at Ning Qi, nor did he dare to look at Wukong and the other immortals. Humiliation could be lessened with the passage of time. When the immortals in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they already knew that this matter had been settled, and the immortal realm did not need to be enslaved by the true martial realm. Instead, it was above the true force realm. Without the worry of their sex being destroyed, these immortals immediately started to rack their brains, preparing to head out and take a look at the Shenluo world. What does the bottom look like? I'll leave the rest to you. Ning Qi smiled at the Black Wind Cave Master and the others. Master, don't worry. We will definitely maintain the order of Tai Li Land. The Black Wind Cave's Master and the others hurriedly cupped their fists. Ancient Star Pavilion. King Yama, Wukong, Xing Yue, and hundreds of other elites of the immortal world were all brought here by Ning Qi. Earth. If they were to go by themselves, Ning Qi estimated that they wouldn't be able to reach the ancient Star Pavilion within a few thousand years. The 9 realms descended together. Just the territory of the 9 realms was already frighteningly large. It was not easy to leave the celestial realm. What about the other 8 realms? This is God Luo world. What a dense spiritual energy. I feel like my cultivation is increasing crazily with every breath. My cultivation is increasing crazily. King Yama sat on the green stone bench and looked around. He was surprised and delighted. His cultivation couldn't be compared to Sun Wukong's. So far, he had only reached the perfected stage of the Tao-seeking realm. In the past, 3rd step cultivators weren't qualified to enter the main peak. Even 4th step cultivators weren't at the rebirth realm. Very few of them were qualified to set foot on the main peak. The main peak of the ancient Star Pavilion contained countless spirit gathering arrays. In addition, the spiritual energy of the Shenluo world was much denser than that of the celestial world. Therefore, when King Yenluo and the others came here, it was like mortals entering a celestial mountain. Every breath of spiritual energy they inhaled was equivalent to every breath of spiritual energy they took was equivalent to cultivating in the celestial world for 100 years. Master, what realm is your current cultivation at? Just now, those junior brothers and junior sisters, what level of strength were they realm? Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks curiously. Although he already knew that the Black Wind Cave's master and the others were at the 6th step, he wasn't even sure if he was at the 4th step. He didn't even know the difference between the 5th and 6th steps. When the other immortals saw this, they all looked at Ning Qi curiously, wanting to get an answer from him. Let them broaden their horizons. If you stay in the Shenluo world for a long time, you will naturally know about this. However, since you're so anxious, I'll tell you first. There's no harm in telling you. Ning Qi smiled faintly. You're now at the karma realm and have condensed a karma in your sea of consciousness, right? Yes. Sun Wukong quickly nodded. When everyone heard this, they subconsciously looked at him. They hadn't reached the 4th step yet, so they didn't know what this realm was like. The 4th step is karma, destiny, reincarnation. You're only at the initial stage of the 4th step. Ning Qi smiled. He paused and looked at King Yama. In Bei Xian's life, my cultivation level was at the rebirth realm, peak of the 4th step. King Yama's eyes flashed with understanding. There's still a 5th step above the 4th step. They're immortal, and indestructible. At this realm, the main thing is to condense metal. Body, from the literal meaning. You can also imagine a thing or two. Ning Qi smiled faintly. There are 3 realms in the 4th step, and there are 3 realms in the 5th step? Xiang Wu Huang's strength might only be at the peak of the 4th step or at the destiny realm, and Tian is most likely at the 5th step. Cultivators. When King Yama thought of this, he quickly asked, What's the cultivation level of that Tian E in the martial Dao realm? Early stage undying. Ning Qi smiled. As expected, everyone suddenly understood. Above the 5th step is the 6th step. This realm is called the Great Emperor. It's divided into 9 revolutions, and each revolution is a world. Ning Qi smiled. Master, those junior brothers and sisters are at this realm? Sun Wukong's face suddenly flushed red. This senior brother of his. Wasn't the difference between them too great? That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. So you have to hurry up and cultivate. Beixian, the 6th step is all your disciples. You can't be. King Yama suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He's still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Speed reading does not wait. =. Chapter 4031. The 7th step. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Everyone fell into silence. Some people even wanted to use their fingers to calculate how far away they were from the 7th step. The 4th step was already the strongest in the celestial world, but there was still the 5th step, the 6th step, and even the 7th step. This realm is too far away for you. Don't think too much about it. Think about what's in front of you first. Ning Qi smiled and said, now that you're in Shenluo world, the heaven and earth spirit qi and cultivation resources here are much stronger than in the celestial world. It's not surprising for ordinary immortals to break through to the 3rd step or even the 4th step if they have a fortuitous encounter. He paused for a while and continued, however, the spirit qi in Shenluo world is still relatively insufficient for the 4th step. I'll send you to a better place on the condition that you can reach the 4th step on your own. A better place? There's a better place than Shenluo world? Everyone was even more shocked when they heard this. Even with their imagination, they were unable to imagine what the place Ning Qi was talking about looked like. Come here. Ning Qi waved at the immortals. Brother Go was surprised and confused when Ning Qi brought him here. He didn't dare to do anything and even turned off the live broadcast. He couldn't believe it when he saw Ning Qi waving at him. He looked around instinctively and saw that everyone was looking at him. Brother Go quickly said to Ning Qi, Senior Beixian, did you call me? I scanned your all-heaven talisman with my divine will. You should be the #1 streamer in the celestial world with the most fans, right? Ning Qi smiled. Brother Go was shocked. The all-heaven talisman recognized its owner. Without the owner's permission, no matter how strong the others were, they couldn't infiltrate it with their divine will. Forcefully invading it would only destroy the all-heaven talisman. However, Brother Go's shock faded when he thought of Ning Qi's methods. It would be as easy as drinking water for such an expert to invade his all-heaven talisman. Senior Beixian, I do have some fans in the all-heaven talisman. Guzi hurriedly ran to Ning Qi and cupped his hands to salute him. Open the live broadcast. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Go was stunned, and so were King Yanluo and the others. They didn't understand what Ning Qi meant. Did he want to tell all the immortals in the immortal realm through the live broadcast? Yes, Senior Beixian. After coming to his senses, Guzi started to operate the machine. Due to his nervousness, his hand that was holding the all-heaven talisman was trembling. The originally pitch-black live stream room quickly restarted. The immortals who had yet to leave the live stream room saw the screen light up. Then they saw Ning Qi sitting on the host seat. Brother Go? Isn't this Senior Beixian? Brother Go is indeed the top streamer. I can't believe he's able to film Master Beixian at such a close distance. Brother Go, if you're secretly taking pictures, I advise you to turn it off. I don't want to see your dog head later. The bullet screen instantly flew up. The immortals in other live streaming rooms also swarmed into Brother Dog's live streaming room. When the other live streamers on the All Heavens live streaming platform noticed this, they all replayed the content in Brother Dog's live streaming room immediately. Quiet down, everyone. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The bullet screen was instantly reduced by 99%. All the immortals were looking at Ning Qi with full attention. However, there were some immortals who were more mischievous. Master Beixian wants me to be quiet, but I won't. I beg Master Beixian to recognize me. A lone bullet screen flew by. Countless immortals couldn't help but curse in their hearts when they saw this. Why is he still trying to please the crowd at this time? Quiet down. Don't make Master Beixian angry. Brother Go said in a low voice. Master Beixian, just say what you want to say. This Shenluo world is too interesting. I'm going to start exploring Shenluo world soon. The immortal from just now continued to send bullet screens. Then a few emojis appeared in the live streaming room. They were all sent by this immortal. Master Beixian, I'll turn off the bullet screen function immediately. Brother Go was sweating profusely. No need. He wants me to recognize him, so I'll invite him over. Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he said this, the immortals in the live streaming room gasped. They were terrified. They looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded, and many images appeared in their minds. Could it be that Master Beixian could find someone from the All Heavens network? Isn't this way too terrifying? The celestial world is so huge. Master Beixian, you must be joking, right? That guy sent another bullet screen. In a place far away from the ancient star pavilion, a human immortal held an all-heaven talisman and looked around like a frightened bird. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful his means are, he won't be able to find me directly. This place is so desolate. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt himself being pulled by a force. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide and found himself in an unfamiliar place. It wasn't too unfamiliar. He saw Brother Go, King Yama, Sun Wukong, and the other immortals. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head to look at the main seat. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Master Beixian, please spare me. The immortals in the live streaming room saw this scene, and the shock on their faces lingered for a long time. He's just a human immortal. Now that the All-Heaven Talisman is so common, even human immortals can have it? Ning Qi smiled at King Yama. King Yama glanced at the human immortal, nodded slightly, and said to Ning Qi, the price of the All-Heaven Talisman has fallen to an extremely low level. Even human immortals can buy it after saving up for a few decades. Because of this, there have been some filthy people appearing in the All Heavens forum over the years. I see. Ning Qi nodded slightly and looked at the human immortal. Kneel to the side. Yes, yes, the human immortal crawled to the side. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. It must be thanks to his ancestors that he was able to escape with his life this time. Many immortals in the live streaming room were filled with fear. They secretly rejoiced that they didn't send a few more bullet screens. Otherwise, the ones kneeling over there might have been them. Now that the celestial realm has merged with the Shenluo realm, this is an opportunity for all of you. If you can grasp it well and step into the fourth step, you can come to the ancient star pavilion. There will be other opportunities there. Ning Qi smiled faintly. There will be other opportunities. The immortals in the live streaming room were delighted at first, but when they thought about the fourth step, their faces immediately became gloomy. To them, becoming an immortal emperor was extremely difficult, let alone ancient state, then the third step, and then the fourth step. However, some of the arrogant and self-proclaimed geniuses secretly made up their minds after seeing this scene. They must step into the fourth step in their lifetime. When the time comes, they will see what the other opportunities that Ning Qi mentioned were all about. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 4032. Ever since Ning Qi made the announcement to the entire immortal world in the live broadcast room that day, he stayed in the ancient star pavilion with King Yama and the others. The immortals gathered for a few days. Then the rest of the celestials left the ancient star pavilion. They had already left the celestial realm and could explore the god Luo realm. King Yama and Sun Wukong were brought to the heavenly court by Ning Qi. As for the changes happening in Tai Li land every day, Ning Qi was not afraid with great Empress Feng, the Black Wind Cave Master, and the others watching. It would create too much chaos. However, Ning Qi didn't have the time to care about the situation in the absolute beginning lands. For a very long period of time, other than the land of Tai Li and the land of Primordial Era, the lands of change in the divine net domain would be in turmoil. For a long time, countless people died. It wasn't until these changes were accepted by the cultivators everywhere that order was slowly established. Heavenly Court. King Yanluo saw many familiar faces. When Goku and Bull Demon King met, they stared at each other. Your cultivation isn't as high as mine, monkey. The Bull Demon King cackled. Behind him, the Kirin looked up at Sun Wukong and then went back to sleep. Sun Wukong's cultivation level was too low. He had only just entered the 4th step and was no different from an ant in the eyes of a 6th-step cultivator. Master said that as long as I reach the divine realm of creation, it won't be long before my cultivation surpasses yours. It has the opportunity to step into the 6th step or even the 7th step. Goku cast a sidelong glance at the Bull Demon King. His confidence was still very high, and he was not discouraged by the short gap in cultivation. That's true. You are the disciple of the North Mystic Celestial Emperor. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me. Bull Demon King had a strange look on his face. When the Kirin heard this, its eyes suddenly widened. Then it looked at Sun Wukong with a hint of surprise. A fawning look. Supreme Palace of Jade Purity. Fang Lingming already knew about the changes in the divine Luo world. When she found out that the celestial world had merged with the divine Luo world, her expression instantly changed. He asked curiously, "Do you know where Haotian is?" Ning Qi shook his head and said, "I have scanned all the places that have changed, including the immortal realm, but I have not found the whereabouts of Haotian." As a 7th step cultivator, his divine powers were already comparable to an ordinary heavenly Tao. However, Ning Qi still couldn't find Ning Haotian. Clearly, some kind of power was quietly stopping him. Otherwise, Ning Haotian's blood flowed in his veins. As long as he sensed something, there was no reason for him to be unable to calculate her location. Even you can't find him. Maybe Haotian is really in a very safe place. Fang Lingming heaved a sigh of relief instead of feeling nervous. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed toward them from afar. It was a Tier 6 God Realm warrior that Ning Qi had rescued from the Sea God's kingdom. He half knelt in the air and said, "Celestial Emperor Baixian, the sect master of the ancient God sect, is here to see you." The sect chief of the eternal God sect? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "I understand. Go, in a few days I plan to travel with little sister Li Xian and little sister Shuer, but we want to go to Earth. After you're done with your work, send us to the divine Luo world." Fang Lingming laughed. Oh, Ning Qi was silent for several breaths of time. Then he smiled and nodded. All right. Fang Lingming and the rest basically wouldn't be in any danger if they went to Shenluo world. The only thing they had to be wary of was King Qilin and the rest. However, when Ning Qi left an aura imprint on them, even if King Qilin and the rest found out about Fang Lingming and the rest, they probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. With the presence of the other women, they probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. As long as they thought of it, Ning Qi would be able to save them in time. By then, the Holy Assembly would completely fall out with the Heavenly Court. According to Ning Qi, King Qilin and the rest were not willing to see such a situation happen. If there's trouble, we won't go. Fang Lingming's eyes flickered. It's not too much trouble. It's good for you to go out and relax. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. In front of Lingshao Palace of the Golden Arches, Lu Lingyu stood obediently behind a middle-aged man. Beside her stood a dozen or so sixth-grade warriors of the god realm. And that middle-aged man emitted a peak advanced tier 6 aura. In the divine Lua world, this person was comparable to the sect master of the divine sect. They were both peak rank 9 great emperors. Lu Lingyu looked at the figure not far away with a strange gaze. The figure was holding a broom and sweeping the ground. It was hard to imagine that this place used to be the famous eternal god sect. A prodigy, other than Lu Lingyu. The rest of the people's gazes were curious, angry, and gloomy, but no one opened their mouths. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian indifferently and said slowly, "You've been sweeping here all this time, and you've become more composed. Lin Xian slowly raised her head. When she saw the middle-aged man and the rest of the people, a happy smile appeared on her face. "Master, elders, senior brothers, and junior sisters, you're all here." Seeing that Lin Xian looked good and that everyone was still very calm, everyone, including Lu Lingyu, was shocked. Everyone, including Lu Lingyu, was surprised. Could it be that the master of the heavenly court had brainwashed Lin Xian? A dignified tier 6 god, realm warrior, sweeping the ground in front of someone else's door, and even sweeping with a distant attitude? "Senior brother Lin, Master is here to bring you back to the sect." A tier 6 god realm warrior said in a low voice, "Bring me back to the sect?" Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Then, she hurriedly gave the middle-aged man a look. "Master, I'm doing very well here. I don't plan to leave anytime soon. Also, I made a promise with Heavenly Emperor Bei Xian to sweep here for 100 years. I can't break the promise. It's not up to you to decide whether to break the promise or not. Everyone knows that the number 1 prodigy of the Eternal God sect is with someone else." Sweeping the ground in front of the door, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. Lin Xian's face showed a trace of shame. "I've brought shame to the sect, but—" "No buts. Senior brother Lin, just listen to Master this time. I believe that Heavenly Emperor Bei Xian will give Master face." The tier 6 god realm warrior from before spoke again. "No." Lin Xian pointed to a corner. "Look over there." There, the Hague City Lord was kneeling facing the wall. He had long sensed the arrival of the middle-aged man and the others. However, he was restrained by a force, unable to make sound or make any movements. He could only remain kneeling in humiliation. His cultivation was slightly lower than that of the Eternal God sect master, but they were of the same generation. They had once discussed the Tao together, after a few days, but now he could only kneel here in humiliation. When this scene was seen by someone familiar, it made his face feel like it was being roasted over charcoal fire. Everyone's gaze fell on the Hague City Lord. The middle-aged man's expression changed, a trace of seriousness in his eyes. "Master, no matter what, when Heavenly Emperor Bei Xian arrives, we should discuss it. Don't force it." Lin Xian wanted to say something, but stopped. In truth, he really wanted to chase them away. It was already embarrassing enough for the everlasting God sect to have him sweeping the floor here. If someone didn't offend Heavenly Emperor Bei Xian, then the Eternal God sect's face would be thrown away. Looking for the dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. ==